Well, it is wonderful to see so many familiar faces in the room, and I want to welcome each of you to the Bethesda Auditorium today to honor the professional career of Dr. Robert J. Ursano as he retires from public service. This is truly a special gathering, not just as an academic meeting, but as a homecoming of sorts for a remarkable community of friends, colleagues, and collaborators. I think I know most folks here, but for those that don't know me, I'm Steve Koza. I'm the current director of the Center for the Study of Traumatic Stress. Over the last few weeks, a number of people have asked, what exactly is a Festschrift? The word comes from the German roots Fest, meaning celebration, and Schrift, meaning writing. Historically, it represents a collection of writings celebrating an honored colleague, typically put together upon their retirement. Today, our speakers will be sharing their reflections on their science and Bob's influence, and they will also be contributing manuscripts based upon these talks. And this collection of manuscripts will be compiled into a special issue journal in Bob's honor. Before moving forward, I do have a few brief housekeeping items to ensure everyone is comfortable today. First, the restrooms are located just outside the door and to the right. If those closest restrooms are occupied, there are several other facilities throughout the Henry M. Jackson headquarters space. Also, for those who parked in the garage next to the building, please be sure to see our administrative staff at the front of the auditorium at some point today to obtain validation stickers for your parking, so it'll be free of charge. And then later, there will be more information about breaks and the catered lunch that we'll have a little bit later during the program. With those logistics out of the way, I want to say to our distinguished guests, our speakers, friends, and of course, Bob, welcome. I want to extend a very warm, heartfelt welcome to Bob's wife, Mary Lee, and other members of the Ursano family who are joining us today, either here in person or as part of our virtual audience. I also want to welcome the incredible network of scientists, peers, and collaborators who are joining us from around the globe, either in person or through our virtual platform. Looking out at this audience and knowing how many are with us online, it reminds me that the true heart of Bob's work has always been about building community. I am so genuinely glad that you all could join us today to celebrate. As the incoming director of the Center for the Study of Traumatic Stress, I am incredibly grateful to kick off today's events. I'm honored to share the opening section of our program with our department chair, Colonel Vincent Capaldi, and the dean of our School of Medicine, Dr. Eric Elster. Together, we represent an institution, the Uniformed Services University, that has been profoundly shaped by Bob's contributions over the last 40 years. Standing here today, I cannot help but reflect on my own journey with Bob, which began in the 1980s. I first listened to him speak at the old National Naval Medical Center Officers Club, building that's now demolished, but the memory remains vivid. I was a resident in training in psychiatry at the time at Walter Reed. Bob spoke that day with his signature calm and eloquence about the impact of trauma, providing a deeper understanding of PTSD and its impact on service members. It was a presentation that deeply inspired me, not only about how I viewed the field, but about the capacity of words to shape a deeper understanding of the human experience. Years later, following my time at Walter Reed, and after working on the mental health response to the 9/11 attack on the Pentagon, Bob and I reconnected to discuss the possibility of me joining the CSTS faculty. 20 years has passed since then. Stepping into the role as center director fills me with a profound sense of humility and gratitude for his steady guidance, his friendship, and the opportunity to build upon the incredible work he started so many years ago. As a military medical school, USU has a unique and vital mission to care for those who serve in harm's way and to support the readiness of our armed forces. Bob's contribution to science has been foundational to that mission, For 25 years as chairman of the Department of Psychiatry and 38 years as the founding director of CSTS, Bob focused on turning clinical observations into rigorous empirical science to help those exposed to the unique traumas of military life. Beginning with his early work with Vietnam-era prisoners of war at the School of Aerospace Medicine, Bob saw that the psychological aftermath of combat required steady, systematic research. He brought that focus to USU, securing more than $200 million in research funding over his tenure and elevating our university into a global leader in military behavioral health research. This included major complex initiatives like STARS, which utilized diverse databases and used machine learning to better understand and predict suicide risk in service members. Bob also co-founded the National PTSD Brain Bank to provide a lasting resource for biological research, helped establish the field of disaster psychiatry, and published extensively to directly inform Department of War and public health policies. Through this work, Bob demonstrated how a military medical school can generate high-impact science that translates directly from the laboratory to the warfighter and more broadly to the nation. This tireless dedication is why Bob's work has been recognized with Lifetime Achievement Awards from the International Traumatic Stress Society, AMSIS, and the Military Health System Research Symposium. But more importantly, it is why the research has consistently focused on improving the well-being of our military personnel and their families. If you know Bob, you know he's far more interested in what lies ahead than what has already been done. He has always possessed a restless intellectual curiosity, the kind of mindset that isn't satisfied with answers already found, but is always scanning the horizon for the next critical question. It is that exact spirit of open-minded inquiry that led him to cross traditional academic boundaries, bridging neurobiology, genetics, data science, and machine learning to better understand the impact of trauma. For our junior scientists, cultivating that level of curiosity is essential. Science does not advance by simply repeating what we already know. It moves forward when a young researcher feels safe enough and encouraged enough to look at an old problem with entirely new eyes. True scientific discovery requires the freedom to ask why and what if, even when the answers aren't immediately clear. As a center, our most important job is to protect and feed that spark of curiosity in our junior scientists, because their fresh perspectives are what will ultimately unlock the next generation of breakthroughs. Ultimately, I believe the absolute best way we can honor Bob today is not simply by looking back at what has been accomplished, but by actively pushing his legacy forward into the future at CSTS. Bob has spent 4 decades building a sturdy foundation, establishing the infrastructure, accumulating the data sets, and forging the networks that have made CSTS a trusted source of science and knowledge. Because of that effort, the center is in an excellent position to tackle future challenges. Our responsibility now is to use this momentum to continue to pursue one of Bob's greatest priorities, building the bench. A true academic legacy isn't just about past publications, it is about the people who follow. Moving forward, we plan to advance his vision through robust new programs in structured mentorship and professional development, ensuring our younger staff have the training, tools, and opportunities necessary to navigate the shifting landscape of trauma research. We take that responsibility very seriously. CSTS is one of the most active sites for medical student capstone projects at USU. In addition, we will be welcoming 4 new undergraduate summer interns, a high school summer scholar, and an Army officer who is leaving military service and will be joining our center through the Army Career Skills Program in June. Our goal is to look after these young minds, fostering their natural curiosity so they can ask the next questions and find the next practical solutions for service members, veterans, and their families. Bob established a tremendous framework. Our job is to make sure it remains vibrant, forward-facing, and staffed by people ready to carry the work forward. Today is an opportunity to look back on Bob's remarkable career as a physician, scientist, and colleague. Throughout the presentations, we'll hear reflections from nationally and internationally known speakers on a range of topics, including the STARS Project, the creation of the Brain Bank, crisis leadership, disaster mental health, and Bob's far-reaching international collaborations. But beyond the data and milestones, today is also about deeply engaging with one another, sharing stories, catching up with old friends, and enjoying each other's company during lunch and at our end-of-day reception. Ultimately, every conversation we have today serves a greater purpose: to honor Bob's incredible contributions, celebrate his legacy, and reflect on a career well worthy of retirement. Bob, thank you for your mentorship, your leadership, and for handing over a center that is well prepared for the future. Now I ask that everyone please join me in welcoming our chair of the Department of Psychiatry, Colonel Vincent Capaldi, for his opening remarks.
Thank you, Steve. Good morning, everyone. What a remarkable gathering we have today. I want to begin by just welcoming our distinguished guests. Dean Eric Elster, USU School of Medicine, Lieutenant General retired Eric Schoonmaker, the former Army Surgeon General. We have here Dr. Charles Rice, former president of USU. Your presence here speaks to the stature of the man that we're gathered here to honor. And I would also like to welcome speakers from across the country and around the world who's joined us today, from Dartmouth, from Harvard, from Oslo, Norway, from Japan, who have traveled to be with us today. And most importantly, I would like to welcome Bob's family. Mary Lee, we are so grateful that you're here. Bob's daughters, Amy, Anna, a child psychiatrist and attorney respectively. Bob's sister, Barbara Ursano Woods, joining us virtually from North Carolina. Thank you for sharing him with us for all these years. Now, Bob has a habit of teaching us, many of us in the room, we've been on the receiving end of this tactic that he uses during similar events when talking about people and their accomplishments. Look at you and smile and say, I want you to remember 3 things. And then with the precision of a clinician and the patience of a master teacher, he'll lay them out for you and then return to them in the end of the conversation. And in fact, you will remember those 3 things for quite a while, and sometimes for some of us, the rest of your career. So this morning, in the spirit of the man that we're honoring, I want you to remember 3 things about Bob Ursano. First, his vision. Bob is a visionary leader in our field. As Steve mentioned, long before traumatic stress had become a name in the public imagination, Bob was studying it. He founded the Center for the Study of Traumatic Stress in 1987, when most of academic psychiatry had not yet caught up to what he already understood, that the psychological wounds of war, terrorism, and disaster deserved the same scientific rigor that we give to any other field in medicine. That vision built Army STARS, the most comprehensive study of suicide risk and resilience ever conducted in the military. That vision built Safeguard and now StarGuard, harnessing artificial intelligence and machine learning to predict self-harm and suicide risk in our service members. Work that even today is changing how we identify and protect those at greatest risk. That vision built the National PTSD Brain Bank, the first of its kind in the world. 500 publications, 22 books, over $200 million in research funding. These are not just numbers on a CV. They are the architecture of a field that did not fully exist before Bob built it. The second is loyalty. Loyalty to this institution and its mission. Bob joined the USU faculty in 1979. He chaired this department for 25 years. A career like Bob's could have unfolded anywhere, at Yale, at NIH, at any academic medical center in the country. They would have been honored to have him. But Bob chose USU. And he chose USU again and again and again. He believed in what this university is uniquely positioned to do, to care for those who serve and for the families who serve alongside them. Mary Lee, I suspect that you understand this commitment better than anyone. In preparing for this event, I reached out to Bob to talk about some of the items, and he noted your father's career in the Navy and the military thread that runs through your family. In a small way, we are all part of that legacy that Bob has forged through his loyalty. Every medical student he mentored, every resident that trained here, every faculty member recruited, mentored, and promoted here, every soldier, sailor, airman, Marine, and Guardian who have received better care because of the science Bob championed, all of us are part of that loyalty made tangible through your service. Third, Bob's kindness. And this, I think, is what most of us in the room will remember longest about Bob and his service. Bob picks up the phone, jumps on a Google Meet call, makes time, sets down whatever is on his desk piled high with articles that he's reading to talk about a difficult case, a career decision, a grant idea, a department challenge, or sometimes just to listen. Not just to colleagues at USU, but also, as we can see here, colleagues around the country or across the globe who look to him as a leader in our field. He has a gift that's rarer than any other award on his CV. He makes the person in front of him feel like the most important person in the room. Generations of psychiatrists across the military, across academia, and across the world have been quietly shaped by a conversation with Bob. Sage advice offered with warmth, with humor, without ego. Ask anyone in this auditorium, they will have a story, many of us several. Vision, loyalty, kindness. Three things. Remember them. So today, as Bob transitions to emeritus professor and his home base to North Carolina, closer to family, to Amy in Chapel Hill, to Barbara, and with an easy reach of his children, grandchildren who matter the most to him, you're not saying goodbye. Bob has graciously agreed to remain engaged in the life of our department and our center, and the phone and the emails, I'm told, will still be answered. The conversation, it turns out, are not ending. They're just moving south. So please join me in welcoming in a truly extraordinary day of reflection, of scholarship, of celebration in honor of our colleague, our mentor, and our friend, Bob. So now I would like to invite our Dean, Eric Elster. Thank you, Dean Elster. I'm not sure if any of you know this, but he changed his very busy schedule. We're supposed to be in Dallas, Texas today. He actually traveled back late last night to join us today. So please join me in a round of applause for Dean Elster, the Dean of the School of Medicine.
Thank you, and I'd rather be here with you all than at the MHS conference. But I'll tell you, American Airlines did try to sabotage us as best as possible by finding a dent in the plane, having the maintenance guy come out, the supervisor come out, having to get a new plane, and thought for a while I wasn't going to make it, but I made it. I'm very pleased to welcome you today and honored to say a few words about my friend and colleague, Dr. Bob Ursano. Dr. Ursano arrived at the School of Medicine as a young Air Force officer in 1979, just a couple of years ago. He joined the Department of Psychiatry as an assistant professor and became a full professor in 1987, the same year that he launched the Center for the Study of Traumatic Stress. He became the department chair in 1992 and remained in that role for 25 years, 1992 to 2017. Our time as chairs overlapped for a few years, which was a great advantage for me, especially coming in as a brand new chair, a brand new faculty member at the university. I'm a surgeon and not a psychiatrist, so I won't spend a lot of time speaking to the specifics of Dr. Ursano's scientific contributions. You've heard a little bit about that before. You're going to hear a lot more during the course of the day. But I can speak to my personal experience as his colleague. I became the chair of surgery in 2012 when Dr. Ursano was hitting his 20-year anniversary as chair of psychiatry. Like many new department chairs, I look to experienced chairs for inspiration and guidance. Dr. Ursano provided inspiration in several ways. He was incredibly productive, and he wasn't afraid to aim high and take on big things. His research productivity, both quality and quantity, was outstanding. And the center he had founded was already a tremendous success. But despite the many pressing and sometimes conflicting demands for his time and attention, Bob never seemed stressed or overwhelmed. He always projected calm and control. This doesn't mean that he didn't have strong feelings, quite the opposite. But he was always thoughtful and guided by reason. He has a sharp intelligence that allows him to take in a great deal of information from many sources, and the wisdom that allows him to use that information and make well-reasoned decisions. That is truly a rare combination, and one that I personally learned from. To fully understand Dr. Ursano's impact, it's helpful to start by understanding the historical context in which CSTS was founded. It was 1987, Cold War was raging, Vietnam War had only ended 12 years earlier. The experience of returning Vietnam veterans made traumatic stress an urgently important topic for study and research, and Dr. Ursano understood its potential impact on civilians long before the rest of the scientific community. Thanks to his pioneering work, there is now a significant body of research on traumatic stress arising not only from combat, but also from natural disasters, public health threats, terrorist attacks, civil disturbances, and more. Truly changed the story and the field. It's impossible to overstate Dr. Ursano's importance to military psychiatry, and there's no way to list all of the accomplished within my allotted time, but a brief summary should give you an idea. In addition to establishing CSTS, Dr. Ursano was also the first chair of the American Psychiatric Association's Committee on Psychiatric Dimensions of Disaster. He also worked with Dr. Matthew Friedman of the VA National Center for PTSD to establish the first human brain bank dedicated to PTSD. He has received the Department of Defense Humanitarian Service Award, the Lifetime Achievement Award of the International Society for Traumatic Stress Studies, and the APA's Bruno Lima Award in Disaster Psychiatry. He's also received the William C. Porter Award, the Lifetime Achievement Award from the Association of Military Surgeons of the United States, the UNC Menninger Memorial Award for distinguished contributions to the science of mental health, and just last year, the MHSRS Distinguished Service Award for lifetime contributions to military mental health research. He's also a named author of more than 500 papers and co-editor of 15 books. Quite the accomplishments. So please join me in thanking Dr. Ursano for a lifetime of service to the Air Force, the nation, USU, the School of Medicine, the center, department, and to the overall field of military and disaster psychiatry. And although I'm not an Air Force veteran, I'm sure you won't mind, I'll use the traditional Navy send-off of fair winds and following seas. Thank you for everything.
Good morning, everyone. Like those before me, I want to welcome you, and like those before you, I want to share my gratitude to Dr. Ursano. We're like probably the vast majority of folks in this room would say the same thing, which is I wouldn't be where I am without Bob Ursano. That's certainly the case for me. I shouldn't speak for anyone else, but I know that to be the case for me. And by the way, I'm Dave Benedict. I'm the former chair of the department, associate director of the Center for the Study of Traumatic Stress. My job here is to introduce the first three of our formal speakers today. And so I'm going to do that right now. The first speaker, I've known also for a very long time. For the whole time I've known him, I've always called him Sir. So I've never had to know how to pronounce his last name. And I've heard it pronounced many different ways. Fortunately, today I was a little nervous that he might not get here, so I called his voicemail and I heard it from his own mouth. So I'm going to go with that one instead of the one that was suggested to me earlier today. It's my privilege to introduce Dr. Eric B. Schoonmaker, retired Lieutenant General Eric B. Schoonmaker. I called him Sir. He's an emeritus professor in the Department of Military and Emergency Medicine at the Uniformed Services University here. He's an internist, a hematologist. He dedicated 41 years to active duty and the Army Reserve. And of course, he culminated his career as the 42nd Army Surgeon General and dual-hatted as the Commanding General of the U.S. Army Medical Command. Since retiring, Eric has remained a vital leader in medical education and health policy. He's known and worked along Dr. Ursano for over 45 years, so he's got me beat. He's had a collaborative partnership with Dr. Ursano that's really shaped military medicine and psychiatric research too. So it's really nice that Dr. Schoonmaker is going to present Bob Ursano, physician, scientist, humanist, personal reflection. Please help me welcome Dr. Eric Schoonmaker.
Very nice. Well, thank you for that very generous introduction. I never had the courage to change my voicemail. I actually mispronounced my name in my voicemail. I'm Eric Shoemaker. No, I'm only kidding. Schoonmaker. Normally I get called by four-letter words, and not Eric, which is also a four-letter word. I'm sorry I was a little late coming in this morning. You know, I drove around. Steve told me that I had a parking space out front, and I brought Lars and his wonderful wife and Ron from the hotel this morning, and we were driving around looking for this parking space, and I saw this place on the inner sanctum, and I thought, that can't be my space. I'm never allowed to park in the inner sanctum. So we parked in the parking garage. And I don't think I'm going to move my car because I've learned a long time ago, you don't park with your name on it, because I have so many enemies out there that love to slash my tires if they do where I park. So it really is an incredible pleasure to be here. And I'm going to start the clock. Everybody knows that the two most dangerous people in the world are a new lieutenant with a compass and a general with a microphone. And I'm going to be really careful not to go over my time. You can see we have a very tight schedule here this morning, and I'm not at a loss for words as President Reich knows and many other folks. Dean, it's great to see you and congratulations on the really hard work you've been doing. I've heard so many good things about that work. I'm going to begin where I'm going to end with a real heartfelt congratulations to Bob Ursano and his family for your remarkable career of service to the nation. Heard already just the tip of the iceberg of what he's achieved. You've had a remarkable career of service to the nation and really, and to the people who've been sworn to defend it. You've applied your unique intelligence, as you've heard, your skill in building and sustaining effective teams, which is oftentimes for leaders not well appreciated. The importance of building and maintaining effective teams. And for this unrivaled knack of yours for innovation and improving the lives of countless Americans and really the global family of man. Your family, past and present, Mary Lee, your sister, I guess, who's on the virtual space, and children have always been an inspiration for you. You really never kept that a secret. For those who don't know, Bob's father was a two-star general in the Army. Had a career and completed that with a 10-year tenure running the Army's emergency relief campaign, which is a very unique fund that extends help for soldiers, especially enlisted soldiers, and their families, and oftentimes as loans, not as pure gifts, with the idea that you should pay that back for the next generation of loan recipients. We're not here to hold your hand and carry you forever. We're here to get you through the rough times. His father was instrumental in, after a very long career of his own, in making that happen. Steve and Kelly Kosa and your amazing team, thanks for permitting me to be a part of this unique event. It's really a gift beyond words to be here with you today. Had I been able to arrange the order of the speakers, I would not have chosen to be the first one up here. Your audience and Bob's many admirers rather deserve to hear of the many really, truly magnificent contributions you've made to health and well-being on a grand scale rather than my modest comments this morning. I'm really confident, though, and my good wife Audrey has reminded me to make sure that you all appreciate the global impact that Bob has made, and I have nothing but confidence that that's going to happen. And Lou, I'm really sorry. I know you're critiquing my performance up here, even as I sit. I hope I've learned something from you over the many years that Lou Pangaro has been teaching us how to be good speakers. I suspect that my comments are different from those who will follow. Mine will be quite personal and self-revealing. I really never shared most of what I'm going to talk about this morning with any other audience. Only my family and a couple of really close friends know about this, the details of my own life here. But I trust that you're not going to be uncomfortable. How many shrinks do we have in the office? You guys aren't uncomfortable with personal details about Biden. Am I right? And we have deans and presidents. You guys are not uncomfortable. I've seen you cut throats with impunity. You're not going to be agonizing over this. I believe that Dr. Ursano's great achievements emanate from a strong commitment he feels in being a physician, a caregiver, and why I call him a great humanist. He is fundamentally a humanist. And I'm going to use my own story to illustrate that foundational ethos. I entered the Army on active duty. I've been a reservist throughout my training in the civilian world as a hematologist and an internist, and I got a PhD as well in human genetics. Unfortunately, just before the discovery of DNA. So I am Lamarckian, and I'm still cutting off the tails of rats to see if they can't grow a breed of tailless rats. It's been unsuccessful. But I came into the Army and I came to USU in 1979, the same year that Bob arrived, as a young officer out of Air Force training. I was trained as a hematologist and internist. I hit the ground running with a lab. I had a lab at Rare when the Walter Reed Army Institute of Research was on the campus of Walter Reed on 16th Street. I think it's owned by the State Department now, but it's GSA or one of the Trump foundations, who knows. I had a teaching position here at USU. Dean J. Sanford was very gifted in talking a lot of us who never had an appointment, or excuse me, an assignment to USU to come and work near full time at the university as non-billeted faculty. In fact, I was the first non-billeted faculty president of the Faculty Senate. again, the brilliance of Jay Sanford. And before long, I had a laboratory at USU as well. So I had a lab at Rear and a lab over here. And I had teaching. I was attending on the wards about 6 to 8 months a year, practice of internal medicine and rounded in hematology. In addition to that, I wasn't particularly well rested after 10 years of being in school almost continuously and then going to probably the worst and most demanding internal medicine residency in the world, Duke University, which fought with Vanderbilt to be the most adverse place to train and be proud of it. Paid $5,000 a year and I saved $4,000 because we never got off to spend money. I had a grueling training marathon, like many of you here, and many young academics everywhere. I struggled to keep balance and focus. Does this sound familiar to anybody in the audience? No? That struggle really became impossible when in quick succession, I developed a cancer. My wife and I lost a child, the miscarriage, and then my marriage began to falter and ultimately failed. Fortunately, I had some very close and well-informed friends, notably the late Dr. Simon Austin. Many of you may know, he's a family practitioner and lawyer, trained as a child psychiatrist and then went back in his 50s to family medicine and ultimately joined the faculty at USU and worked here for over 40 years. He's a very beloved friend. He was my best man at my wedding, and he was my closest mentor. And he said, you know, Eric, you ought to go talk to this promising young Air Force psychiatrist, Bob Ursano. As I recall, I met with Bob only twice, not many times more than that. They were fairly lengthy visits, and I told him what was happening to me, what experiences I was having, what stresses I was under. After the second one, he just simply said, I believe that you would benefit from psychoanalysis. I believe you would benefit from psychoanalysis. Now, you know, up until that point, I live in the rational world. If you can't touch it, taste it, smell it, feel it, it doesn't exist. You know, if you can't reduce it, as our former director of the NIH said, down to a base pair and the coded amino acid, it in here. I knew that wealthy New York lawyers, Hollywood actors had analysts, but I had no idea what that meant. You got to believe me on this. And I said to him, what does that mean? What kind of commitment am I talking about? And he said, well, you're going to have to commit to at least 2 years. You're going to have to meet with me 3 to 4 times a week for now. And by the way, I had to drive from the old Walford campus to the Bethesda. And this is before the Navy took over everything, so it didn't take 10 minutes to get through the gate. So it was only about a minute. But he was stationed in the former Navy Bethesda Hospital. You know, my first reaction was, had he not heard anything I had said for the last 2 meetings? I was working 120 hours a week. Where the hell was I going to find 3 to 4 hours a week with a drive for 2 years? And, you know, I went home and I thought about it. And I came back and he said, it's up to you. If it's important, you'll make it happen. If it's important, you'll make it happen. Well, I did, in fact, find the time. And that was the first of Bob's lessons for me. Our lives and our time within those lives are of our making. You decide what's important and what's not important. You decide. You take ownership and agency. even in uniform. As you well know, Bob is a man of few words. In fact, I was astounded to hear Colonel Capaldi's comments that he used to say something about three things. Bob never told me three things in my life. In fact, I think what he said earlier that I just said was the only sentence he said in 4 years. If he said 50 words in 4 years of meeting with him 3 to 4 times a week for an hour, that's an exaggeration. I would sit there in that office. No, I would lay in the office and he would sleep behind me, and I would count the holes in the acoustic tile and walk into these unconscious minefields and blow myself up and then dust myself off and move forward. After 4 years of work, the 2 years of working with him ending only because my wife, an Army nurse, and I were reassigned to Germany, I stayed for a total of 4 years. I figured out how to get 2 more years out of it. With perhaps one exception, he said to me when I discovered my unconscious mind, one other thing, and that was, you will find that the unconscious mind is your greatest ally, and it's your most difficult challenge. And I have continued to learn that lesson. It's our greatest ally, and it can be overstanding. Through Bob's quiet but faithful guidance, I tackled many tough questions and opened many frightening closets in my mind, which has helped me a lot with patients, by the way. You know, we all have these closets behind which hide these monsters, many of which are in the pre-verbal phases of our life. But you open those closets and the monsters aren't nearly, you know, any good director of a horror movie knows never to show the monster, because we'll figure out how to. I don't know why people are afraid of zombies. They don't walk very quickly. If you just turned around and ran, they wouldn't catch you. But our minds, as we all know, because you're all strengths, right? That's how we operate. For many years after that, I saw Bob when I returned to USU for various classes and talks, not really to continue my work. At the end of 4 years, that was the end of that relationship, as I call it. But I would stop by and say hello and send him a note every once in a while when my children were born, to let him know how things were going and to thank him again for all that he did for me. It was many years before I began to ask questions about who Bob Ursano is. What really are the roots of the kindness that you heard Dr. Capaldi talk about? Kindness. I learned that he and I were both Army brains. We both graduated from the same high school, 1 year apart, Carlisle High School in Carlisle Barracks, Pennsylvania. His dad was on the faculty. The year I was there, my dad was a student, career officer in the Army, like his, didn't rise to the rank of Bob's father, James Ursano, Major General. I believe we have pictures from that era. Can I have the pictures? The early years. You didn't know this is a roast, did you, Bob? May I have the next slide, please? So here's Bob in his high school yearbook. And here's what they say about it. College Prep Key Club. I don't know what the Key Club is. I guess that's the Honor Society. Keys to the CEO's men's room. I don't know. He enjoys bowling at Carlisle Barracks and playing tennis. In fact, I have to thank Bob McCanna, who knew you and remembered you. I just got back from my 60th high school reunion, and believe it or not, one of my classmates was married to one of his classmates, who knows and remembers Bob very well. Bob McCanna. Played tennis with him, said he's going to be a professional tennis player someday. He and Bob were active in the team club that was above the little PX outlet there, Carlisle Barracks, overlooking the flagpole in the parade ground. He says hi, by the way. I don't know what Lahag or means, but that was, I've looked this up in I've translated it into every language I can find. And it just means Lahag or. But that's what it says in Europe. It's something very cosmic and quizzical. Anybody who has a clue, including you, Bob, Mary Lee, let me know. Next slide, please. He was obviously a very productive writer. He won the Baltimore Life Insurance Company Peace Essay. Here he is. Again, I want you to take a look at the others around him just for a second. Next slide, please. Here he is again. This is a page celebrating other achievement. He was in the Capital Area Science Fair in nuclear science. Nuclear science. Now, it's very clear that Bob was not prey to fashion fads, because most of us in that era had fallen in love with Madras jackets. In fact, let me show you one of the other sheep from that time in that crowd of Madras. Next slide, please. Next slide. Here's my Madras jacket. I don't think I could put one arm into that jacket today. I thought about wearing my uniform to this night. That would be impossible. By the way, I love the uniform. Bob will recognize that uniform. We used to call those the pinks. And that was my dad's favorite uniform on my dad, with the Sam Brown belt. We came out of World War II with that. And I think it's a remarkable uniform. Bob understood. You can stop those now, please. Really? Just turn it off. How much is it going to cost me? Well, Bob understood not only what it means to serve in uniform as he was, but what it means to be family of a serving career officer, soldier, or even the draftee. And he has a much more intimate appreciation than many of the community that serve, and what stresses they feel, the sacrifices they endure, and the rewards they receive. Jumping forward many years then, as the Army Surgeon General and Commanding General of the Medical Command for the Army, working to understand and respond to the rising human costs of fighting two prolonged wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, the longest wars ever fought by a volunteer force, surpassing the Revolutionary War, which lasted only 8 years, and we fought for over 10. I was privileged to meet and work with Bob again in 2008. Mental health disasters were occurring regularly. Our suicide rates, once 1/2 of an age, gender, and employment adjusted rate for the civilian world, doubled the civilian rate within a year or two. Our Secretary of the Army at the time, a remarkable man, the Honorable Pete Guerin, a very thoughtful and scholarly leader, realized that we needed to know more about this mental health terrain that our force was facing. And he launched the Army STARS program, which you're going to hear more about, and you've already heard a bit about. a study to assess risk and resilience in soldiers. It was built by Bob here at USU with the University of California in San Diego, the University of Michigan, and Harvard. Ron is here to represent, I think, the role that he played in this. You're no doubt going to hear more about that today, and I have to say again, the breadth and the depth and the sheer magnitude of this is awe-inspiring. I have to tell you, having been in the Pentagon briefings to try to extract 1 hour out of the lives of a young soldier, 1 hour for some kind of training, to have him and his team come in and say, okay, here's what I'm going to do. We're going to have 8 simultaneous trials. We're going to take a brigade that's going to war, and we're going to sample them, survey them, take blood, survey their families. And we all looked at him and said, you are out of your friggin' mind. And here it is, 20 plus years later. The largest, what we call the Framingham study of mental health, the largest and most successful exploitation of human mental health and emotional readiness that there's ever been amassed. Terabytes of data, all completed successfully. I come down back to how I began this modest engagement with Bob as a physician, and I'm running close to time. A man who would commit precious time to a struggling officer, a virtual stranger at the time, me, a man who would tackle the most complex problems of mental health on a national and international scale, in my view, that made him really the quintessential scientist and leader. I know him from his foundational interest as a healer and as a physician. Again, I thank you, Steve, for this honor to be addressing the group, and to thank you, Bob, and your family for sharing in this very special day that I'm allowed to do this. I've reiterated, Bob, throughout the years that your investment in my well-being and many like me really means the most to me and my family. And a simple thank you is the best I can do today.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Schoonmaker, for those honest and revealing remarks. I think for me, they reminded me of 2 things that I know Bob would want to be remembered for that weren't previously mentioned. Well, one that I know he'd want to be remembered for, and one more of an observation. Of course, he's an analyst. He's a psychoanalyst, and he brought that dimension to all of his work as well. And I think we heard hints of that in Calm and Control, and certainly, less than 3 things or words. So please, let's acknowledge that contribution and that perspective as well. And then also, at least for me personally, and I guess for Dr. Schoonmaker, Bob had a somewhat overly optimistic view of how much time it would take someone to accomplish something that he knew they should accomplish. 2 years turned into 4. He gave me lots of work over the years that he knew I could do, and I think he thought I could do it quickly, and that was not always the case. But I think most things that are worth accomplishing take some time, so I thank him for that. I'm going to introduce our next speaker now, and if I thought anyone was going to be late to the show, I thought it would be this guy, because for years I worked with him on the CAP committee, and I was always texting, hey, the meeting's starting. And he was so busy, he got there, but he made me nervous too. So maybe there was some wisdom to having him speak first, I guess is what I'm saying. But here he is on time, so let me not waste any more. Dr. Harvey Pollard is the founding chair of the Department of Anatomy, Physiology, and Genetics at USAF. where his research is focused on genetics of calcium signaling in the brain, traumatic brain injury, PTSD, and downstream pro-inflammatory signaling as a mediator of tissue injury. A pioneer in his field, to be sure, he has served as the founding director for several landmark initiatives, including the USU Center for Medical Proteomics, the Collaborative Health Initiative Research Program, we call it CHIRP, a whole genome sequencing investigation, and the American Genome Center, TAG-C. Through these programs, Harvey has championed the development of precision medicine to improve the diagnosis and treatment of clinical health disorders across both the civilian and military populations. A recipient of the NIH Inventors Award, he has authored more than 375 peer-reviewed publications. Please help join me in welcoming Harvey Pollard, MD, PhD, when he presents Bob in Genome Land. Nice machine you have there. I'm here to help. Come on up, Harvey.
Dave, I want to thank you for that very nice introduction. Just don't call me late for dinner, okay? Yeah. And actually, I understand why I'm, it's hot. Eric, sir, you are a hard act to follow. Because, I mean, I think you held this audience spellbound for quite a while, just spellbound. And you, giving us sort of personal experience and relationship to Bob, it just was a hard act to follow. So this is just going to be a sort of a nuts and bolts thing. I'm sorry, it's not going to be the same. If we could look at the first, oh, I have, where's the pointer? Yeah. Yeah. So we were involved in actually setting up a genome center. And, no, it's a strange thing, this gizmo. It's not a pointer at all. So around about 2013, this is actually quite a few years ago, myself and Cliff Delgard, who's over there with his nose buried to his computer, were interested in setting up a genome center. And the problem was that it was extremely expensive, genome centers as they were going. And also the critical question was getting enough materials to study, but also getting enough instruments and people. I mean, we were actually looking at competing with the likes of the Broad Institute, which is like a building this size. So the question was, one of the things we did, and Cliff was intimately involved with this, was that we got some help from the Illumina company to dumpster dive over at the NIH, because they had bought a sort of an instrument to measure genomes, and it was sitting in a crate somewhere in the middle of a box somewhere in a closet somewhere. So we got that essentially delivered over, and then we had a machine. But the problem was that it was the money problem, and also the situation of having to actually find samples to study and all that. And I don't think we really understood what we were getting into, to tell you the truth, because there it was one day sitting in front of this machine, which is like a gigantic refrigerator. A genome at that point took 2 weeks to run, about $25,000. That was a lot of money in those days. And I didn't know exactly what we were going to do. And then at this point, Bob walks in to the room that we were in and says, literally, "Nice machine you have there. I am here to help." And I realized, I knew he was head of the Department of Psychiatry. I was an ACMP guy. He looked down his nose at the ACMP from NIH days. And I knew that there were all these samples, and I knew that was going to literally help. And with Bob there, I wrote this down. This nascent genome center now had 3 members, me, Cliff, and Bob. So this is just a little bit of history. The Genome Center became a reality with some support from the NHLBI. Up until that point, the Illumina people had been just sort of thinking about us as some sort of a, some wannabes or something to take pity on. But when the money came in, I turned and held up this piece of paper that had the amount of money on it. The guy who was sitting talking to me from Illumina said, "Just a minute, I have to go make a phone call." And he came back and things changed profoundly. We were able to recruit Matt Wilkerson, who's over there in the corner, yep, as the director of bioinformatics. The way genome centers work, on the one hand, you do genomes. On the other hand, somebody's got to interpret the machine interest and actually be sure it's true. But now we were 4. And out of that came the creation of the American Genome Center, TAGC. T, A, and G, and C are the 4 letters of the genetic code. It's sort of an inside joke because most people didn't totally understand that. But in any event, we called it this 4 letters. Somebody, sure who said, well, we could easily, we can tag it and we can see it, no problem. So that was the 3 letters business that was important. So in 2016, we were able to generate about 50 whole genome sequences a day with the instrumentation we were able to buy. We had a high performance compute cluster that Matt was able to run. It turns out we had no infrastructure for all of this. That meant that the people who were running this program, Cliff on the one hand, Matt on the other, in terms of the 2 parts of it, they were geniuses to make this work, to do the work of a building. Anyway, by 2018, TAG-C was either number 2 or number 3 in the world in terms of the number of genomes running per quarter. We were competing with the likes of the Broad and with UK Biobank. That was just remarkable that we were able to do this. That's just sort of a background on this. So by way of a little bit of a background on Bob and his friend Murray Stein and his colleagues have been interested in the connection between PTSD and cardiovascular disease since about 2013. They had 7 articles over that. In 2021, Murray and Bob published this article in JAMA Cardiology about what the gaps were. And even more recently, since we had started doing our work, 2026, David Krantz and his program and Bob and James and so on, they did another study that came out this year. But in 2016, we put on a compelling p-value. You know how p-values are. We're not p-takers really, but in fact, if you can get a p-value that's less than 0.05, you know, you're a magic person, right? You're in good, just really happy. So this was an article that we published in 2016 called Soldier's Heart, Genetic Basis for Elevated Cardiovascular Disease Risk Associated with Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder. Now, the fact is, you can't read that reference, the abstract, so I've abstracted a little bit of the abstract for you. The soldier's heart is a Civil War term, which I'll allude to in just a minute. It was based on a study, perhaps the first large-scale medical study ever, based on sort of looking at hundreds of people simultaneously and what was done to treat them. So the hypothesis was that there might be a quantifiable genetic basis for the linkage. And so we got some, in this case, we weren't actually doing, we were using literature. This is like a meta-analysis, really. Candidate risk genes and candidate CVD genes. Yep. And 106 studies, 82,000 people, 37 PTS genes that were actually also risk genes for cardiovascular disease. Fisher's exact test, 10 to the minus 16. That's a little bit better than 0.05. And it actually became a highly cited paper, a little niche in a way. But actually, I got an email today that we actually have another citation. So it's actually 54. But at that point, the other thing that we found is that there was a common mechanism between the two, PTSD in terms of these shared genes, and that was activation of inflammation by the master inflammation gene, NF-kappa B. So we really felt good about that, and people in the world actually put some attention to it. That was kind of it. I said I'd say something about that term soldier's heart. This is a picture of the guy who put this together, Jacob Mendes da Costa. He looked familiar. He kind of, every time I've seen this picture, he looked familiar. You look like Bob? I don't know. But in any event, he looked like, at the time, he looked like one of the guys who was doing our bioinformatics analysis, statistical analysis. Josh Starr, who is at just 1 year out of Stanford mathematics and so on, a math major. And so it was an interesting thing to actually look at this picture and look at Josh, but also I'm looking at Bob. Interesting. This guy had a hospital in Philadelphia in which the Department of War, we had a Department of War at the time, actually, because we were at war. 300 soldiers with something that we would call right now PTSD and soldier's heart is a problem. My colleague, who used to be associate director for our child, for our TERP program, Mark Hagney said, oh, they had Pott's disease. Well, maybe so. But I was thinking about this because posted to the our bulletin board was a phrase. It says, I don't know, you've probably seen this around. Help us evaluate the RX3 app. Rehab, refit, return to duty. Dr. DaCosta's problem was to return these soldiers who had been used in the Peninsula campaign, who was basically, which was to attack. Well, they could not attack anymore, and they had survived. He gave them all kinds of things to see if he could help them. Some of them were really bizarre, like lead acetate. But in the end, he concluded that he could give them digitalis. And he sent them back to duty. And they returned, all 300 of them went back into the attack. And I said to Bob at the time, maybe we should give some people digitalis. He said, nah. Anyway, that was just something that I kind of recall. You know, who knows? In any event, these, by the way, are quotes from Wikipedia. But this guy was really unusual. He became chair of medicine at Jefferson College. And that's an interesting guy, just to read the article that he wrote after the Civil War was over. Very interesting reading because it reads like today. It reads like a clinical study. So we also started to do some work on studies on PTSD itself. So we have a colleague, Omer Bonet, who's a chair of psychiatry at Hebrew University in Israel. And 20 years, and in about 2000, he had come to study at NIMH. And he got the idea of taking samples of blood, basically plasma, every hour on the hour from a set of patients, civilians now, that had PTSD, many of them from West Virginia for some reason. I could never quite figure that out, but that was the way it was. And the study, the samples were actually in a freezer at NIH. And by a means which I won't bore you with today, because I don't want to get anyone to know this, we got those samples. transferred to us. And we began, because my lab is focused on inflammation, we began studying all the inflammatory genes. And it turns out that, in fact, the samples, these civilian people, they had a circadian rhythm problem. It shifted about 2 hours, all of them. And you could follow it on the inflammation signal. The other thing was that we realized that it's a natural product, these inflammatory mediators, and you can't patent a natural product, but you can patent the ratio. And we found that actually you could get around the whole business about coming in at 2 a.m. to actually study somebody by simply taking a ratio of these two inflammatory mediators. They're about twofold elevated all across time. That was useful. So it got patented and licensed by Henry and Jackson. Thank you very much. And in the end, after about 3-4 years, the company that patented it or that licensed it said, well, we're not much interested anymore. We're interested in medicine. So the net result was that that was kind of an interesting interlude. But Bob was directly involved in that business about the question of circadian rhythm. So whether that's true or not, we've actually subsequently did other things which are coming along, but that's another story. The next thing we got to do was to actually start working on samples from humans. And by the way, you haven't heard about the first STARS work because we could not sequence that number of people at that point. At one point, we were doing other things. In this case, the VA hospital, the VA, gave us samples from the Vietnam twins. There were twins that went into battle in Vietnam. And they were unusual things. There were tunnel rats, they were riverine, they were all kinds of people. And about a certain fraction of them actually got depression based on interviews and so on. And we looked for genes, mutations that might be involved in depression, major depressive disorder, basically, and found this gene, which has a name. And gene names don't oftentimes mean anything. BHL, basic helix, I don't know, I won't tell you, it's a name. And had a p-value, 0.03, this is adjusted value. By the way, when they say p-adjusted, they mean here's the p-value divided by the number of people. So in fact, the the ordinary p-value is quite low, but this is really valuable. What is this gene? Sitting in the middle of every nucleus, of every nucleated cell in the audience here, there is a chromatin, the DNA, and the DNA is wrapped around little balls of things called histones. Every gene, every part, most of the genome. It turns out this molecule actually sort of functions as a co-repressor. There are promoters. Now, this thing comes in and turns things off. And we thought, no, that's interesting, turns things off. That's sort of an aspect of depression in many ways, but could never make the actual more connection. But that was the actual thing that came out of that. And the Vietnam twins people, the VA, were happy to see it, and it turned out to be a useful thing to them. And we managed to publish it in a very nice place in 2022. Finally, Army Stars. First author on this paper was Matt Wilkerson. I'll say a few more things about him. We were able to sequence, thank you, Cliff, 13,584 soldiers from the Army Stars cohort, of which there were 979 individuals with a history of suicide attempt, and the rest were controls. 19 genes were identified by various methods with a p-adjusted value less than 0.05. That meant it was true. And it came from all sorts of ancestry groups, various kinds, everybody. 9 genes had the highest levels in the brain. Number of one of them was a gene called Yahweh. Turns out it's not about God at all. It's about a bunch of genes which are also called 14-3 genes. They are genes which have an interesting property of connecting up proteins. It's called epiproteomics, more or less, that have a phosphate group here, and this one has a phosphate group here. That's the way they've been activated, and they join them together. They're joining them. They actually create things, cause events, which are most remarkable in terms of, yeah, you're making a certain kind of proteins, you're activating here and you're activating there. But it's like Bob and CSTS, you meet people together. It's the same idea. And that was quite remarkable. Quite remarkable. So there was another, there's more to this. Now this is a figure from that paper. A little bit busy. But I'll just say, I'm hoping this part is actually about whether it's maximally expressed in the brain region. There is Yahweh. The other is whether this is RNA expression in the brain is more than anywhere else, and it's pretty high. And here it's a suicide attempt versus control on the control, very high. So the idea was, very interesting. Here is a gene called ACTR4, actor 6, also pretty high, which we started looking at. Very interesting. So I'm going to show you a few things about it. The question really was, what has any of these genes with mutations in them to do with suicide attempt? Yeah. So I'll just tell you right away that we still don't understand this. We know descriptively how it works, but how does it actually work? It affects mutations in this affect neuronal development, synaptic toxicity, stress response signaling, and mood. Your increased susceptibility to disturb intracellular signaling and impulse control. It disturbs cortical limbic circuits in the prefrontal cortex, amygdala, and hippocampus. We used to have an amygdala conference. This was really, it was sick. The amygdala conference was kind of central to my development of interest in this because it was the core. We call it the different piece there. So there was something about linking genetic susceptibility, impulsivity, smoking, chronic pain, ADHD, COPD, and heart disease. That was what was going on with this particular gene. And we were thinking, soldier's heart. So there are mutations in this gene that are around. They're rare, but they're involved in cognitive impairment and behavioral dysregulation, which is, you might think that suicide attempt falls into that category. Oftentimes you'll read about articles where they talk about, well, we've found a modification, a gene in a small region, small fraction of the people for a certain purpose. And you say, what does this mean? Only a few people have it. But the situation was that these small variations they could be a small factor, but they all become significant when mixed with all these other things that are going on. So that was Yahweh. It's a connector of some sort. Well, I'm trying to make it. Oh, there we go. Actor 6. This is another story. The function of actor 6 is that it is epigenetic. I have to actually thank Bob for having actually introduced me to the importance of epigenetic activities. He gave me a job to do one time, to write a review on an article, which I didn't like very much, to tell you the truth, but you don't say nasty things about these. No, no. But it was about epigenetics and the importance. And this person who wrote the article that I had to review had forgotten all about it. But it led me to actually sort of read about it. What is epigenetics anyway? It seems on top of genetics, but I'll tell you what, it's evolutionarily very important. And the evolution of this is that it tends to make things that happen to you that are life challenging, like getting an infection, like getting COVID, it accelerates and amplifies the effect of that disease and your response to it, the inflammation and all that sort of stuff, to make it even worse over the long period of time. You get long COVID. In some cases, you get forever COVID. It all basically is underwritten by this evolutionary design process of making sure that things go well for you and that you won't be, there's a just-in-case situation. That's the way the epigenetic system works. Well, Actor 6 regulates on and off states of gene expression. I mentioned to you before that all of our DNAs and everybody in the room are all wrapped around these little balls, and the little balls are arranged into chromosomes. Well, the little balls have actually got to open up a little bit so you can make some messenger RNA. That protein, Actor 6, opens up or controls whether it's opened or closed. So it shifts the threshold, essentially, for whether something is going to be made or not. And in the case of suicide attempt, this was pushing somebody, for some reason, the person who's doing this, and there's a lot of reasons, has a epigenetic demand that you continue to actually be worried about to shift the threshold for whether you're going to have psychiatric illness, life stresses, you have these things, somehow it's made greater, amplified at the level of the genome. Well, there's more to come. In the Army STARS pipeline, Matt Wilkerson told me we could see this. The current PTSD analysis now is going on with Army STARS. There are positive hits. There's a paper being produced, being created. So there's more. So we have to stay tuned. And the intersection of PTSD and heart disease is our next investigation. We're returning to the roots. So a little bit late here. And thanks to Dr. Ursano, who said, I'm here to help. In a way, he said, I'm here for you to help me. Well, and anyway, the American Genome Center actually needed the help. Thank you, Bob. We truly appreciate you, and I'm glad you're going to be here to keep helping. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pollard. Dr. Pollard mentioned two things. Well, he mentioned a lot of things, but two that sort of, I think, help us here. One was the notion of the Amygdala Conference, which now is called the Brain, Behavior, and Mind Conference and continues. And it sort of reflects, I think, the way Bob, takes his own great idea and is able to evolve it and help it reach bigger audiences. And, it used to be this little thing in Sanford Auditorium, and now it's everywhere and virtual and huge. And so, again, a kernel of a good idea, I'm here to help, and grows into so much more. And then also this whole idea of the Yahweh gene, which Harvey described as a connector. I mean, that's, what Bob does best, or it's hard to say what he does best, but one of his great skills is connecting other thinkers. And so we thank him for that too. Thanks for sharing those words. In keeping with my theme of sort of texting and phoning, this next speaker is going to be joining us virtually. Again, sort of an evolution here. And I don't know if, I believe he definitely wanted to be here virtually. And if he is, I'll ask him to make some comments after this presentation. So we'll stay tuned for that. But let me introduce him one way or the other. This would be Dr. Matthew J. Friedman, an esteemed clinician, researcher, a leader who dedicated over 50 years to the field of traumatic stress. Dr. Friedman, Matt, is the founder of the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs National Center for PTSD, serving as its executive director for 24 years. In 2014, he stepped down to establish and direct the VA's National PTSD Brain Bank, leading the initiative until 2022. Concurrently, he served as professor and vice chair for research in the Department of Psychiatry at the Geisel School of Medicine in Dartmouth. I mean, he's a pioneering figure in psychiatric nomenclature, held key leadership positions on the American Psychiatric Association's DSM-5 and DSM-5-TR work groups. And over his career, he's authored approximately 400 publications and 29 books. So please help me in virtually welcoming Matthew J. Friedman when he presents Robert J. Ursano's vision and many contributions to the birth and development of the National PTSD Brain Bank. Look how easy that is.
So congratulations, Bob, on this special day for you. Very deserved, and I'm delighted to be part of this. Hello to all my friends, and special thanks to Steve and Holly, who made it possible for me to join you all virtually from Vermont. So here goes. Among his many extraordinary attributes, Bob Ursano is the personification of the eclectic scholar. He might start a talk by discussing how the barometric pressure in Mumbai, India during the monsoon season affected rush hour traffic, and then tie this obscure fact to some extraordinary insight about public mental health or disaster psychiatry. So I'll begin my homage to my good friend, fellow conspirator, and longtime esteemed colleague with a little eclecticism of my own. I'd like to begin with Mark Twain's The Adventures of Tom Sawyer. You all know the story. Aunt Polly tries to punish Tom for all his lies, skipping school, and other misdeeds by ordering him to whitewash her long wooden fence instead of swimming with his friends in the Mississippi River on a beautiful Saturday afternoon. Anyway, I'll eventually tell you what any of this has to do with Bob's inspiration and influence on me personally, and I dare say on many, if not most of you in this audience. So when it begins, our hero isn't very happy. Twain writes, Tom appeared on the sidewalk with a bucket of whitewash and a long-handled brush. He surveyed the fence, and all the gladness left him, and a deep melancholy settled down upon his spirit. 30 yards of board fence 9 feet high. Life to him seemed hollow and existence but a burden. Soon another boy appears and gloats that Tom must be real unhappy because he has to work on such a beautiful day. But quick-witted Tom straightens his shoulders and puts on his acting mask, all in the service of pretending to enjoy what he loathes. Tom replies, like it? Well, I don't see why I oughtn't to like it. Does a boy get a chance to whitewash a fence every day? And you know the rest. Tom tricks this boy not only to want to whitewash the fence, but to insist on doing Tom's work for him. Pretends to relent, lets him do the work, and then a parade of new boys appear, all insisting on performing Tom's chore. And the entire fence gets done while Tom looks on without lifting a finger. Mark Twain concludes, Tom had discovered a great law of human action without knowing it. Namely, that in order to make a man or boy covet a thing, it is only necessary to make that thing difficult to obtain. Unlike Tom Sawyer, but definitely like Bob Ursano, all great leaders know how to establish the vision and or accept responsibility for achieving important undertakings, and then to translate it into effective action. They know how to achieve success by delegating leadership or responsibility to the people who can actually get the work done. and they know how and when to step back and quietly protect their chosen leaders from bureaucratic, political, fiscal, and personality distractions that jeopardize successful outcomes. The greatest leaders, like Bob, have one additional gift. They know how to get their chosen ones to want to do these incredibly difficult and sometimes incredibly dispiriting tasks with all their hearts. And they know how to celebrate the success of others when their chosen ones get the credit they've earned. I know this from personal experience extending from 2008 to 2022, when Bob convinced me first to chair the DSM-5's trauma, stressor-related, and dissociative disorders subwork group, and later to establish and direct the National PTSD Brain Bank. For 14 long years, I awoke every morning thanking Bob Ursano for the inevitable tension headache, tooth grinding, white knuckles, and other joys instigated by Bob's world-class powers of persuasion. But I really wanted to do these things and was deeply grateful for the opportunity. But first, a little background. I was aware of Bob's work since 1981. First, his articles on American POWs, mostly pilots during the Vietnam War, and later his important work on post-traumatic psychiatric consequences following the tragic 1985 Gander, Newfoundland air disaster, which killed over 250 passengers, mostly Army personnel from the 101st Airborne, returning from a UN peacekeeping mission in the Middle East. When I finally met Bob in 2000, we bonded immediately as members of the Harry Holloway fan club and have been good friends and colleagues ever since. I honestly think that because of our enthusiasm for each other's goals and ideas and our enjoyment of each other's company, we created a legacy, a PTSD brain bank, a quixotic windmill, a dream that neither of us could have brought into being on his own. So since time is limited and my preamble has perhaps gone on too long, let me focus the rest of this tribute to the prenatal, gestational, and postpartum life of the National PTSD Brain Bank, which has continued to flourish since my retirement as founder and director 4 years ago in April 2022. Although I had always been fascinated by neurobiology and had championed research on alterations in brain mechanisms underlying the pathophysiology of PTSD, I had never thought about starting a brain bank. It seemed much less interesting than the growing list of technologies for exploring in vivo brain mechanisms. Excuse me. In vivo brain mechanisms such as neuroimaging, electrophysiology, and biomarker research. Besides, pathology had been my least favorite subject in medical school. But that all changed, as it must have changed for many of you with respect to other compelling initiatives, when I got a phone call from Bob. Bob had called to tell me that the Stanley Foundation Brain Bank was moving to USU. He suggested that we use this opportunity to establish the first national PTSD brain bank. Of 100 brain banks around the world and of 50 brain banks in the US, there wasn't a single one dedicated to advancing scientific research on PTSD. This was our chance, he argued, to do something that no one else had done and that we were probably in the best position to achieve. For me, it was an irresistible opportunity. As with most things I've done, I had neither the expertise nor the preparation to do this. But since it was extremely important and since no one else was doing it, I signed on immediately without the faintest idea of what I was getting myself into. First, Bob and I assembled a small group of like-minded enthusiasts who met on the phone every month for many years. It was a group which included Beth Osuch, Dave Benedict, and Bob from USU, Marie Webster from the Stanley Foundation, Joel Kleinman from NIMH, and investigators from the National Center for PTSD, such as John Crystal, Ron Duman, Danny Kalapek, Greg Leskin, and myself. Despite our inability to secure funding, we continued to meet every month for several years, refining our ideas for the operation of the brain bank and for the research agenda we hope to pursue. We probably resembled a group of Irish monks trying to preserve the works of Aristotle through the Dark Ages as we battled one bureaucracy after another to keep alive our flickering dream of a brain bank. It was all well and good and great fun to plan a brain bank and to talk about all the great research we could do. But what we really needed was to secure stable funding that would continue to support the project once we got it off the ground. And this proved to be a huge challenge that was incredibly frustrating. We went back and forth between VA's Research Service and Office of Mental Health on the one hand, and DOD's Jackson Foundation on the other. There were many times when we thought we had secured the necessary support, only to have our hearts broken time and time again when such possibilities never materialized. It became clear after a while that new dollars would have to be allocated by Congress if we were ever to succeed. But we also recognized that as government employees, we weren't permitted to directly lobby Congress for such support. So we decided to sell this idea using the traditional academic tools at our disposal. Bob's group generated 2 publications based on the few Stanley Foundation brains that had been exposed to trauma during their lifetimes. As editor-in-chief of the journal Psychiatry, Interpersonal and Biological Processes, Bob devoted a special issue to the brain bank with the expectation that this would be a tangible and acceptable way to recruit support from Congress and elsewhere. And it was really in that special issue that we laid the foundation for the National PTSD Brain Bank. As you all know, our patience and commitment finally paid off thanks to the efforts of Vermont's 2 senators, Senator Patrick Leahy, who had really been a godfather to the National Center since its establishment in 1989, and to Senator Bernie Sanders, who was then chairing the Senate's Veterans Affairs Committee. They secured startup funding and made it continuous by making it part of the VA's annual budget. Senator Leahy told me that he was amazed and delighted to discover that there was great enthusiasm for the brain bank from both sides of Congress and from both sides of the aisle. This was 2014, and I had just stepped down after 24 years from directing the National Center. Had this funding not materialized, I might have actually retired at that time. But now that the dream was in reach, I decided to re-enlist for another tour and make it happen. A functioning brain bank, especially one like ours that has a very robust research program, in addition to acquiring, preserving, and distributing brain tissues like grand opera, the Aida kind of grand opera with elephants on the stage, along with the singers, orchestra, dancers, and lavish set designs. Let me tell you how it works. Okay, good. Next slide, please. The first step for a brain bank is to acquire the tissue. This can be done in 2 ways. First, through ante-mortem brain donors, people who give informed consent to donate their brains while they're still alive. The big advantage of such donors is that it's possible to do a thorough diagnostic workup on such individuals before they die. You can also acquire brain tissue from post-mortem donors whose next of kin authorize medical examiners and hospital-based pathologists to donate brain tissue. As you can imagine, getting a reliable post-mortem diagnosis is a challenge, but it's a lot easier if you can get the medical records, which is often the case. Next slide, please. As you can see, we currently have 435 brains in our brain bank. This slide shows our donor gender distribution, roughly 1/4 female. Missing indicates brain tissue for which we haven't identified the gender or finalized the diagnosis. Next slide, please. This slide shows the diagnostic distribution of our current inventory. Thanks to the wording of Bernie Sanders' enabling legislation, we have a lot more freedom than most VA brain banks, since we were authorized to accept brain tissue from both non-veteran and veteran donors. As you can see from the slide, our plan from the start was to collect brain tissue from 3 major diagnostic groups: PTSD, healthy controls, and a psychiatric control group, major depressive disorder. Next slide, please. With regard to ante-mortem donors, we now have over 300 individuals who've consented to donate their brains when they die. 25% are women. Next slide, please. Once you have the tissue, it's crucial to optimize the quality of all tissue. For this, we have strict protocols for tissue processing and preservation. These protocols resemble those of the NIMH Neurobiobank and are, in fact, those in routine use by our partners at the Boston University and Boston VA superb Alzheimer's, ALS, TBI, and CTE brain banks. But the best tissue in the world isn't very useful unless you have confidence in the psychiatric diagnoses that have been made. Therefore, we have strict criteria for ante and postmortem diagnostic assessment. These diagnostic protocols are closely aligned with the top American psychiatric brain banks, which form the core of the NIMH Neurobiobank. But these are the bare bones of a brain bank. Once established, a brain bank's function is to support research by disseminating this precious, well-preserved, and well-diagnosed brain tissue. So this is how it works. Investigators send us research proposals to test hypotheses, to test hypotheses about PTSD-related alterations in brain tissue. Our job is to conduct rigorous peer review of such proposals and, if approved, to disseminate the brain tissue requested. Part of the deal is for the investigators to share their findings with us so that such information can be incorporated into a data biorepository to be shared with investigators in the field. So the brain bank really is a bank. Brains are deposited, investigators withdraw the tissue, and the interest they pay is the data generated from their research. And we've been fully operated for about 8 years. Next slide, please. Now let me tell you how we're organized. Our brain bank is part of VA's National Center for PTSD. Like the National Center, we're a multi-site consortium. Our headquarters, from where I previously directed and Paul Holzheimer currently directs the brain bank, is located at the Executive Division of the National Center for PTSD at the VA Medical Center in White River Junction, Vermont, and the Geisel School of Medicine at Dartmouth. The major hub of the PTSD brain bank is at the Boston VA, where it is programmatically integrated with the other previously well-established Alzheimer's, ALS, TBI, CTE, and other brain banks. We've benefited enormously from the neuropathological expertise and wisdom of Anne McKee, Megan Pierce, and Tor Steen at Boston, as well as from the infrastructure and laboratories that had already been established when we started the PTSD brain bank. Whereas Boston is our major site for antemortem tissue acquisition, we have 2 additional sites for receipt of postmortem tissue through arrangements with medical examiners' offices in North Carolina and Florida, and with the Duke Autopsy Program. Doug Williamson and Diane Cruz direct our site at the Durham VA, and Bill Scott directs our program at the Miami VA. Bill's program also provides a link to the NIMH Neurobiobank program. Dave Benedict and Bob Ursano at USU are in charge of reviewing the quality of the diagnostic assessments of all postmortem brain tissue. They've also developed a program for antemortem tissue donors at the Old Soldiers' Home. Finally, the hub of our research program is at Yale in the National Center's Neuroscience Division, directed by John Crystal, with key leadership by Matt Jurgeni and the late, great Ron Doohan. We've created a multi-site umbrella for our research program, which we have named the Traumatic Stress Brain Research Group. Many years ago, I coined a term that Bob Ursano loves. The term is sloppy by design. It's my way of coloring outside the lines within an organizational context. Although certain sites within the brain bank may take the lead in tissue acquisition, diagnostic assessment, genomic research, histologic investigation, etc., all divisions are not only invited but strongly encouraged to participate in any of these activities. This is especially true of our research, where the lead for a specific project may not necessarily be based at Yale, but rather at Boston, Duke, or elsewhere. Unlike many brain banks, The PTSD Brain Bank is much more than a tissue repository. It has a very active research program that has already made unique and important discoveries. In my brief time remaining, let me flash a few pictures so that you will get a glimpse of some of our research findings to date. Since my talk is a celebration of Bob's career, not about the latest findings from the Brain Bank, I won't go into any details. I just want you to get a rough idea of the huge potential of this amazing resource that we've created. Next slide, please. This slide outlines the various types of analyses that we can do regarding differential gene expression with regard to diagnosis, gender, brain region, cell type, and much more. Next slide, please. If you just look at the block of 4 figures on the left, you can see abnormal gene expression in 4 different regions of the prefrontal cortex. The dorsal PFC, the orbital frontal cortex, the dorsal anterior cingulate cortex, and the subgenual cortex. Red dots signify abnormally increased gene expression, and blue dots show abnormally decreased gene expression. Note the differences from one region to the next. Next slide, please. Here we've done the same analyses in the same 4 regions and compare findings with PTSD versus major depressive disorder. The differences in gene expression are clearly very different in these 2 disorders. Next slide, please. Here we compare transcriptomic network divergence for men and women in both PTSD and depression. Note the differences by gender as well as by diagnosis. Next slide, please. This is work first developed by Ron Duman and now carried out by Matt Gergeni. It shows transcriptomic network changes in inhibitory neurons in PTSD. You can see that there are hub genes in pink that are the key drivers of genetic expression. We've been particularly interested in Elfin-1, which you can see is farthest to the right, and in SST, the somatostatin gene, which is sort of northwest of Elfin-1. Next slide, please. This shows that PTSD results in massive changes to the transcriptome of neurons, endothelial cells, and microglia. And this next slide, please, gives you some idea of the massive amount and complexity of the data that we are generating. And here's my last slide. It's a summary of our major findings to date. I won't read all of it, but I do want to read you the first top 3. PTSD results in massive transcriptomic differences in the human brain affecting signaling across many biological domains. In the human frontal cortex, we've identified the specific cell types responsible for PTSD pathology. The big 3 are inhibitory interneurons, endothelial cells, and microglia. And finally, decreased cell communication output in SST, somatostatin neurons, inhibitory interneurons, and PTSD, dorsolateral PFC, appear to be due to decreases in somatostatin and Elfin transcript. So this all started with a phone call from Bob Ursano. And now 25 years later, we've established the only PTSD brain bank in the world. We're publishing discoveries in the best journals that constitute major breakthroughs in our growing understanding of this complex, highly prevalent, and potentially very debilitating disorder. And perhaps most important, these findings are starting to reveal unique targets for novel therapies that may emerge as effective treatments for PTSD in the future. Thank you, Bob. It's been an extraordinary privilege and a lot of fun to have been your friend and colleague all these years.
Well,
Congratulations.
there he is. Do it live. Are you there, Dr. Friedman? Are you there, Dr. Friedman?
Yes, I am. Can you see me?
Fantastic. Thank you. Yes, can hear you loud and clear. And first, thank you for that awesome description of the birth of the brain bank and Also, the tribute to Dr. Holloway. I think, the obscure factoid, or, Harry used to spout those out, and you couldn't Google to see if they were actually true. You were wondering if he was making them up. And for taking me at least back to my enthusiastic whitewashing of the fence at the beginning of that. So I really appreciate that. But I know you want to say something to Bob before I send us off to lunch. So please do.
Well, I just appreciate Steve and Holly giving me a chance to participate live. And if anyone has any questions, it would be a great excuse for me to talk to you. But Bob, this is just terrific, and I'm so pleased to be a part of this. I would like to say just one or two other things about the bank. I mean, I understand that we may be one of the larger brain banks in the world, and certainly, as I emphasized, our research program is massive, and that's not true of and many of the brain banks are just biorepositories that want other folks to do the work. Also, just to point out that all the data I showed you was just about the dorsolateral prefrontal. It was just about the prefrontal cortex. From the beginning, we want to look at 4 parts of the hippocampus, 3 of the amygdala, the nucleus accumbens, maybe other areas like the hypothalamus and cerebellum, and on and on. So we're really just starting. Another thing is I haven't shown you any of the epigenetic work. We're really at a very early stage, and already we're finding some clues. Many of you may be surprised, as we were, by the importance of endothelial cells. Now, what the hell do endothelial cells have to do with a brain bank? Well, we think that it may have to do with their transporter function in terms of getting a gene like FKBP5, which is long been associated with PTSD vulnerability. It may be that there's a permissive aspect in terms of the abnormalities in the endothelial cells that gets this gene into the brain, where it can mediate effects on the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal cortical system. So as you could see, like any good research, we're generating more questions than we're answering, which is exactly what we should be doing. So it's been great fun, and I had the privilege of hearing Matt Gergeni last week update me on the brain bank, and it's just fabulous. So again, hello to everybody. Hi, Bob, and I'll be tuning in for the rest of the program, and I'm sure everyone is hungry, so I'll stop.
Thank you so much, Dr. Friedman. It's great to hear your voice. Great to see you. Yeah. So there is more work to be done, and we will do it after lunch. So we're going to be back here at 12 o'clock sharp to resume the program. Please, those that are not joining us virtually, get out there and get some food, and we'll see you at 12 noon. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Welcome back from our lunch break. My name is Jamie Nafee. I am an associate professor in the Department of Psychiatry at USU and assistant scientific director at the Center for the Study of Traumatic Stress. I met Bob Ursano back in 2009 when he kindly hired me to be part of his center and department at that time. But I knew of his work long before that as a clinical psychology graduate student who was specializing in disaster psychology. Today, I have the honor of introducing the next 3 speakers. We'll begin with Dr. Ronald Kessler. Dr. Kessler is the McNeil Family Professor of Healthcare Policy at Harvard Medical School. As a leading psychiatric epidemiologist, his work encompasses mental health needs assessment surveys, as well as preventive and clinical interventions for mental disorders and suicide-related behaviors. Dr. Kessler's current research focuses heavily on precision medicine, specifically developing targeted rules to match the right interventions to the right patients. A globally recognized authority in his field, he has authored over 1,300 publications and has consistently been rated the most widely cited researcher in psychiatry worldwide. His extensive accolades include the Senior Scientist and Merit Awards from the National Institute of Mental Health, and he holds elected memberships in the National Academy of Sciences, the National Academy of Medicine, and the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. Today, Dr. Kessler's presentation is titled Robert J. Ursano and Stars, Personal Reflections on the Study to Assess Risk and Resilience in Service Members. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Kessler.
Thank you, Jamie. It's a great pleasure to be here. Bob and all. I want to say a little bit about my recollections of working with Bob for the past 15 or more years in STARS. And this all started on August 23rd of 2005, actually, which is the day that Hurricane Katrina hit the coast of New Orleans. At the time, I was just finishing up writing everything I had to say from an epidemiologic survey. I had finished doing it around the United States, and NIMH, Faris Tuma, called me the day of Hurricane Katrina and said, "Do you have anything from your survey that would tell us what's going on in Hurricane Katrina, the mental health effects?" And I said, "No, but I could certainly re-interview some of the same people, but where are they going to be? They're not in New Orleans anymore." And after a lot of back and forth, we decided to create something that would come to be called the Hurricane Katrina Community Advisory Group, which was a panel of people who had lived in New Orleans that we wanted to follow over the course of time to see what was the long-term effect of the hurricane, kind of along the lines of what was the very successful long-term panel study that's been done of first responders at 9/11. And the idea was to work with FEMA to find the address information for these people before, see where they went. They were all getting benefits of various sorts. We worked with the University of Michigan Survey Research Center, which became very important for STARS, to find these people all around the country and see what they were doing. And this group, Bob and I started working together because of that. We were actually in a National Academy of Science committee together, the topic of which I completely forget. I've been trying to remember, I can't remember, but that's how Bob and I met. And we kind of hit it off and had lunch together. And when this Hurricane Katrina thing happened, Bob was the first person I called. And we wrote some things about the exposure to hurricane-related stresses and found, just like in any other natural disaster, that there was high rates of psychopathological conditions. But the more interesting stuff, we followed these people for several years and found that the course of the psychopathology was considerably worse. And that seemed to be associated with secondary stressors. A lot of people in New Orleans, they not only experienced the shock, but they didn't have a community to go back to anymore. They were dispersed all places of the country, stuff like that. And our hope had been that we would follow these people for a long time. We weren't able to do that because NIMH and their wisdom, I don't know who the hell was in charge of NIMH in this, but decided our funding would stop after 2 years. And so we wrote some stuff about what should be done differently the next time, including funding the wonderful researchers for more than 2 years. And we were looking around for stuff to do. And at just about that time, while we were sort of pondering what was next,
NIMH released this RFP for what became Army Stars. And Bob and I spent a lot of time talking about should we apply for this or not. And finally, we ended up doing it. We were awarded the grant. And this is when Bob's really unique combinations of gifts that came into the fore, what I consider his combination of wisdom and political acumen, because it turned out that when we put this consortium together to do Army Stars, there was a lot of disagreement about what we should do among the collaborators. And we resolved that by just writing the proposal and saying what we wanted to do, and we ended up getting funded. But that didn't really help after we were funded because there was still the disagreements, and there was all this kind of complicated conflict. And Bob sort of jumped into the fray and sort of figured everything out, so that at the end of the first 24 months, which was sort of a disaster, we were on the straight and narrow, and we started Army Stars, our first 5-year of the initiative. And for 2 years, everything went great. But then we sort of hit another roadblock, and that is that our first 5 years, as you will see up here, lasted 7 years, from 2009 to 2015. How come it lasted 7 years? Well, without saying too much, it might get me sued for libel. Let me say that the project was enormously successful. So successful that the then director of NIMH decided that it had been a mistake for him to make this a grant. It really should have been owned by NIMH. And so we went through this thing where we were essentially put in receivership and told that there was a great deal for us, which is that if we handed over all the PII of our respondents and gave it to NIMH, so that it was their study, they would give us the honor of allowing us to bid on part of the next 5 years. And so, and this is when Bob and I's administrative styles sort of, you could see sort of difference. I said, go fuck yourself. That was, as I recall, sort of vaguely. And Bob said, well, let's talk. And so I said, I better go over here. And sort of 6 months later, it was all resolved, and we had Army Stars. So so essentially, we had this thing called Stars LS. So the next thing you know, NIMH was not involved anymore. The project was taken over by the Department of Defense, and we went merrily along our way from 2015 to the present. But now the question is, what is it we did? Well, according to the CSTS website, Army Stars is the largest, most comprehensive research project of mental health ever conducted in the U.S. Army. A broad range of risk and resilience factors for lots of outcomes based on an extensive series of databases using an adaptive approach with the goal of generating actionable results. Well, I don't know who wrote this, but I can tell you for a fact, there's no doubt in my mind that the term adaptive approach came from Bob, because we were totally lost in what we were doing. And that it's just sort of this combination of wisdom and statesmanship. We were pretty much overwhelmed all the time. We started down one road, we hit a conceptual barrier, we tried another. Throughout this whole thing, we all saw chaos. And Bob said, it's constructive adaptation. And we said, oh yeah, constructive adaptation. And then all of a sudden people would calm down. We'd say, oh yeah, we have, and so we kind of would move forward. But Bob had this way of, in these meetings where there was all this stuff going on. I mean, I was really struck by what Eric was saying, that he never really heard much out of Bob in 5 years of analysis. Bob's an analyst. And so, as you probably know, it's hard to get a declarative sentence out of him. It's sort of, well, what do you think? But we would have this kind of thing, and Bob would say, gee, I wonder if, and then everybody would say, oh yeah. Huh. And then it's sort of, you solidify and you kind of move forward in this interesting direction. But it's, that's kind of the key. That's kind of the key to the success in STARS. And that is, you know, a lot of times, Steve, you were mentioning the STARS as this AI, the machine, you know, this fancy stuff. We've experienced for 15 years now this thing that the rest of the world has started to experience with agentic AI of just getting drowning in so much stuff. It's easy to get seduced to the same, boy, there are these fancy statistical things you can get answers. The trick is getting the right question. And Bob's great skill was to say, what are we doing here? Why are we doing it? Why do we want to go in this direction rather than another direction? Because there's so many directions you can go in stuff. But getting the question right is the right thing. If you think about it in graduate school, everybody learns how to answer questions. You learn how to do the methodology and stuff, but you don't know what the right question is. Where's the next thing? You don't want to get too far ahead of the curve in science and nobody really cares about it yet. You don't want to get too far behind. You want to sort of figure out where is the cutting edge of the thing, and that's what Bob does. He sort of stands back and quietly and says, gee, I wonder if. And in every case, it was the goal of generating actionable findings, which is a wonderful thing for an academic who's used to. I was saying to Darryl at lunch, not being taken seriously. You know, when you do epidemiology, you're used to people not really wanting to take your advice. You just say, I have this brilliant thing to say, and I know nobody's going to pay any attention to it, so you can sort of feel flexible in saying whatever you want to. But nobody ever really holds your feet to the fire and says, okay, I'm going to actually try this. And when we did STARS, I remember that we went in to begin with Dr. General Corelli, who said, look, tell me what you want us to do. If you want people to have more fish oil in their diet, I control their diet. You want them to get up earlier in the morning? Tell me. I get them. Whatever you want to do, we can do. And I thought, wow, what an incredible opportunity. But now what do we want them to do? After all these years of doing this basic research, you know, nobody ever actually asked me for our real opinion. So it was an exciting but daunting thing. STARS is, in concrete terms, an integrated series of observational epidemiological studies, a whole series of surveys with neurocognitive tests, blood samples linked up to this massive set of administrative data systems. And all of this connected to the National Death Index. So we can see lots of information about people years before they die to predict who's going to die by suicide. Just to give you some feel, we have a survey of 50,000 people who we picked up when they started the Army, linked to self-report questionnaires, administrative data, blood samples. 41,000 people who were a cross-section of all the Army, 27,000 linked to administrative data. We looked at 3 brigade combat teams before they went to Afghanistan and interviewed them before, right after they came back, and up for a couple of years afterwards. And then we did something called the STARS longitudinal surveys, where we took of these roughly 70,000 people, I think it was, we had in all of our surveys, oversampled all those with any evidence of psychopathology, plus a subsample of others, and followed them till 2025 in a series of surveys, and linked all of that to 50 administrative data systems that the Army and DoD has. Just our 72,000 that we had in the surveys, but looking at that in the context of the 2 million people who had been in active service since 2004. Tens of thousands of poorly documented variables, many of which change codes and labels and response categories, or all 3, without good documentation over time. We were totally lost. I shouldn't say we were totally lost. We are still sort of totally lost. But over the course of time, we published close to 150 papers. So we were quite successful. And we made many recommendations targeting high-risk transition periods in military service, high-risk soldiers. So initially based on small subsamples of characteristics, we found, for example, people who were in the Army for less than 18 months who deployed to Iraq and Afghanistan, which wasn't supposed to happen. You're not supposed to really deploy after 2 years. But periodically you have to plug in a hole in a unit. They need 2 radio operators to go, and one radio operator breaks his arm, so they need another one. They grab one right out of school, and here's the young guy in the unit who hasn't been trained yet and doesn't know anybody and so forth, and he's in Afghanistan. There's only about, I think, 3 or 4% of the people who were in Iraq or Afghanistan were of that sort. They accounted for 20% of all suicides. So we said, well, one simple thing you do is don't send those people. Get the radio operator who just redeployed 6 months ago and give him a bonus to go back again. I can't do that. Well, what about doing the phone? I can't do that. It turned out we made lots and lots of really brilliant recommendations, but none of which was listened to. And so when I think of the recommendations we made, there's really 3 phases of STARS. Our first 5 years, which lasted 7 years, as I mentioned, and that's what I think of as the stonewalling phase, which is to say that we were not really invited by the Army to come in. We were foisted on the Army by the Secretary of the Army. We were kind of the police who were being called in to watch over their shoulders. And the obvious thing to do in a situation of that sort is to just keep your head down and hope that these guys go away. They're only funded for 5 years. Let's hold out for 5 years, and if we can avoid talking to them for 5 years. Well, it turns out, because of Bob's good graces, we lasted more than our 5/7 years. So phase 2 was sort of the grudging acceptance phase, where people started talking to us. We still didn't get anything done, but they were at least having conversations with us. And then in phase 3, starting in just half dozen years ago, we really started to have collaboration. And the collaboration, interestingly, started with VA. We developed a model that showed that we could predict suicides after hospital discharge. I was told somebody about this last night. Less than 1% of soldiers are hospitalized for a mental health problem in a year. It's roughly 0.8% of soldiers. They account for 15% of all suicides in the Army in the next year. And most of those suicides occur within 90 days of leaving the hospital. So it's sort of this transition. And it's trickier in the Army. It's always, being in a mental hospital and then kind of coming back to the real world. It's sort of shaky. But in the Army, there's the other piece that, oh, by the way, you're getting fired because you get pushed out of the Army. Close to 70% of people are out of the Army within 12 months of. So there's all that complicated stuff. We were able to show that we could find, based on administrative data, 10% of those soldiers who were in a hospital who accounted for close to 75% of all the suicide. So we said, well, why don't we give those people special case management? Nah, that doesn't make any sense. But the VA read this and picked up on it. And at the time, the VA was developing something called the Reach Vet program. So they asked us to help them develop a machine learning model for Reach Vet, which we did. And then our post-hospital case management thing, they thought that was a good idea. So VA put that in place. And then we developed a similar program for separation for service from STARS that we could pinpoint who's going to become homeless before they leave the service. And now VA is picking those people up and doing homeless prevention programs. It's for the first time prevention of homelessness rather than after the fact. And at some point, somebody in the Army said, why the hell's VA got all these innovative programs and we don't have them? And at which point, there was the beginning of a VA Army collaboration, which exists now, on post-separation case management. And this is with First Corps, and we're working with some people in VA now very closely. at the time of the TAC week. You know, before you leave service, you have to have this week of transition, and we're picking up soldiers at that week. There's a survey we administer. We have a machine learning model we developed, and in the last 6 months of service, before people separate, they're developing these programs for unemployment prevention, homelessness prevention, and suicide prevention. And there's a big intervention that VA is doing right now in collaboration with Army. And we're going to see soon whether that has an effect. That got us to where we are right now. Dave mentioned Safeguard, and what is it? Starguard it's called. And this is really the legacy of Bob's work these 15 years, that we finally are getting to the point where the epidemiologic work is in a systematic way informing interventions. And we're doing all kinds of interesting collaborations now with Amy and Charles Hogue and a bunch of people who we had wanted to work with before we aren't. Safeguard is, we have a universal intervention level up where we're picking people up at the very beginning of service, doing pre-matriculation life skills training to try to prevent the onset of mental health problems. A selective intervention where we pick people up at the time of their annual physical exam, screen them, find the 10% of soldiers who are at highest risk of suicide. And in fact, they account for more than half of all the suicides in the Army over the next year. And we're putting them into a DBT skills training program. And then we have Pathfinding, which is that same thing that we started with way back when, finding that we could pinpoint the soldiers who are hospitalized, who are at the highest risk of suicidal behavior. And now, 15 years almost after we're doing it, we're putting that in place, and Jamie is in charge of that all around America now. We're putting in place this pathfinding program every morning. We generate data for people who were hospitalized the last day to say those are the ones who are at highest risk of suicide. And Jamie has a little SWAT team of case managers remotely who are picking up those people. This is all the legacy of stuff that we 15, 17 years ago, we started with Hurricane Katrina. It's been quite a ride. Quite a ride. And it's been quite an experience to be able to work with Bob through all that time. As I said, it's so many things said this morning, this sort of kind, caring, soft, gentle, making you feel like you're in charge of things, when in fact, he's back there sort of guiding which way we're going and making it go in the right direction. Just an extraordinary experience. Bob, thank you for everything. And okay, I'll stop. Glad that we've had the chance to share this.
Hey, Jamie, can you have one comment?
Sure.
Is that possible? Hey, Ron,
Yes.
before you sit down, I'm compelled to make one comment, if I might, and it was about the adaptive planning. And I think this is really important for this audience, because one of the things that had to come out of Army Stars, and having sit in a lot of rooms after the scientists came and briefed, is the tension that existed between the leadership of the military and science.
Yeah.
Earlier, you talked about a p-value less than 0.05. Well, general officers and leaders are trained to take risk. That's what commanders do. They balance risk. And they're frustrated. They were frustrated by the fact that they'll accept a p-value less than 0.2. And you want to live in a world that's got a p-value less than 0.05. They want to act.
Yeah.
And you want to present,
Yeah.
Reproducible science.
Yeah.
And I think the brilliance of what you did with this adaptive planning, as I recall the discussions,
the adaptation was, we don't want to wait until 15, 20, 30 years from now to take translational lessons. We want you to adapt to what you're gaining from this science. And I think that's going to be a persistent theme that is going to be, that you're going to run into in military science for a very long time, is this: we can balance risk. We understand it's not perfect. How do you present material that can be helpful for us? Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, there is this apocryphal thing of the search for the one-handed academic. Because when people who live in the real world come and ask an academic something, I want to know what to do. The academic says, well, on the one hand this, and on the other hand that. And you want to just have somebody who says, I empathize with this because my background, I started out life. You talked about it early on. I didn't mention anything about myself, but early on, I started out doing research in New York as a market researcher. I worked at NBC, the television network, for 3 years before I went to academia. And in market research, you live in the 0.50 level world, which is to say you have to act. You're either going to do this or you're going to do that. And if there's no evidence, I flip a coin. And if it's 51-49, I go in the direction of 51. Forget about this 05 stuff. And so it kind of depends on what the exigencies of your situation are. And it's hard to get an academic mindset around that. But we're fortunate in the DoD to have such an extraordinary amount of administrative data, where we can make projections that are a lot better than 0.5. As I said, we can consistently be able to pinpoint high-risk groups that are 20, 50, 100 times more likely to have risk than other people. That doesn't mean that all of them are going to have it, because these are rare phenomena. So the high-risk group that I said of these people who are in the hospital, it's 3% is the suicide rate, 3 out of 100. However, compared to 30 out of every 100,000, that's immense, So there's stuff we can do, and we have to sort of figure out how to get those two worlds to come together. And they are coming together rapidly, because in our world of agentic AI now, the blending the distinction between action and research is getting more and more fuzzy. And we're just glad to have had the opportunity to be a little bit ahead of the curve compared to.
I was privileged to have a front row seat to that constructive adaptation that Ron referred to, as well as the tremendous work that followed from it. As a new assistant professor in this behemoth, high visibility project, I was in way over my head. But I recognized that what I was seeing in Bob's ability to navigate these situations was very special. And so I was trying to soak it up and learn as much as I could at the time. Our next presenter is Dr. Lars Weisseth. Dr. Weisseth is a distinguished psychiatrist and psychoanalyst whose research career focuses on psychological and behavioral responses during and after traumatic exposures. The retired chief psychiatrist of the Joint Norwegian Armed Forces, he previously served as the research director of both the Division of Disaster Psychiatry and the Norwegian Center for Violence and Traumatic Stress Studies, while maintaining a professorship at the University of Oslo. As one of Norway's foremost experts on crisis psychiatry, psychotraumatology, and and military mental health, his major research projects have investigated the experiences of disaster survivors and military veterans. In recognition of his pioneering contributions to the field, Dr. Weisseth was honored with the Lifetime Achievement Award from the International Society for Traumatic Stress Studies. His presentation today is titled Robert Ursano, Pioneer Researcher of the Reichstut, from Silent Trauma, ABC Exposures to Invasive Trauma, Body Recovery. Please join me in welcoming.
Thank you for the great honor of being invited to this Festschrift celebration of Bob. It has been a privilege to have known you for 4 decades. And in my relationship to you, you have been exceedingly generous as a host, editor of books and papers, and as a fellow researcher. Personally, Bob, you are very modest. And considering you are a world-leading researcher in our field, as evidenced by the papers that we have just listened to. I chose this title on my comments because I know no one who has done so much to shed light on the many types of traumatic situations across the traumatic stress spectrum as Bob has. When that's there we go. When Freud introduced the concept, it was not accidental that it was after World War I, because millions of the veterans from the trench warfare in Europe and the United States had observable startle responses to acoustic stimuli. On the other hand, the other extreme of life-threatening exposures we have studied, the silent trauma, the NBC type of threats that cannot be perceived sometimes by any of our senses. In that field, the stimulus barrier concept does not have the same clinical significance as it has with these highly invasive traumas. 50 years ago, this paint polyester factory in Norway exploded. And here you can see some of the findings on the post-traumatic stress responses in the high, in the high exposure group. Mortality was 10%. And you see that the survivors, the vast majority of them developed a post-traumatic stress syndrome. And the most frequent response was the startle response. Now, the remaining workers at job at this time were not in extreme narrow escape situations. They had more time to escape. And you see that they have a lower ratings of post-traumatic stress. Now, this is a parallel shift. The identical two-shift work population who were not at job, but many were witnesses to the explosion because they live nearby. Many were also involved in rescue work. And of course, they had this removed narrow escape experience. You see, the only reaction that increased over the first week actually was irritability. And this was a signal. Irritability, anger was the only post-traumatic stress response that increased over the next 6 months. What I would like to comment on is why did not everyone develop a startle response to this tremendous acoustic trauma? So I looked at who these 8 men were, and it turned out that they all had an excellent optimal disaster response. They had an intact perception during these critical minutes. They had cognitive functioning. They made rational decisions, and they had full behavioral control. They rescued many of their workmates. So the likely explanation then is that these fellows, they had brains who could process the event while it happened, so that they did not develop a post-traumatic stress syndrome. It turned out that all of them were war sailors. They were veterans from convoy services from September 1939 to August 1945. So their brains had actually been in similar situations more than once before. So I guess the tentative conclusion could be that experience at the experiential, learning at the experiential level can create a resilience. Another highly invasive disaster was the tsunami in 2004. The point I want to make out here is that central nervous activation was the most frequent among these hundreds of Norwegians who were taken by the tsunami, and also among Norwegians who were in the disaster area and experienced all the aspects of the disaster, except they were not severely threatened. Yeah, this is really a study. I won't go in detail, but we have done a 30-year follow-up from April 1996 of the 30 Norwegian soldiers who were involved in this mass casualty and body handling situation. The situation in South Lebanon at that time was similar to what it is today. I'll spare you for pictures. These soldiers who were 19 when it happened, many of them are still bothered by the experiences, because on this occasion we had no time to implement the procedures that you, Bob, and your group here had developed, how to prevent traumatization from body handling. But we had time in 2011 when the police officers in Oslo had to handle the bodies of the 67 youngsters killed in that island massacre in 2011. And the follow-ups we have done show that they have managed well. So thanks to the procedures that you developed from the Gander disaster, and later on we have profited very much from that. Yeah, Norway, because of the wind and rain, Norway received an amount of nuclear fallout from the Chernobyl incident. And the problem for us was that in southern Norway, the sheep farmers and the reindeer, the southern Sami population, the sheep and the reindeers were very much affected by the nuclear fallout. And particularly for the southern Sami population, this could mean a social disaster, a cultural disaster, because the lifespan of the reindeer is the core of Sami culture. So if they had to throw away the reindeer meat for 30 years, the culture would cease to exist. So together then with colleagues from the Norwegian Radiation Protection Authority, we introduced countermeasures. Among them was the use of Prussian blue, this chemical compound that binds cesium in your intestines so that the meat is not contaminated. We did the same in Bryansk, which is a Russian region close to Chernobyl some years later. And I will show you the findings where we compare these sheep farmers, the Samis, Norwegian Samis, with the Russians. We also did a study some years after, this is in the 1990s, where we interviewed 2,000 Russians on the Kola Peninsula, in the area where Russia has its strategic nuclear weapons. And in contrast to what we have dealt with so far, a past event that can be processed, the work that Bob and his group here had done on NBC and terror came out to be very useful for us in the work we did. So now here you see the catastrophic low trust that Russians had at this time, at least, to their military authorities. When I presented this, a Russian general said to me, he compared this with the high trust that we found to Norwegian experts. He said, oh, the Norwegians, they trust their leaders, so should the Russians. And then he pointed to me and said, what shall I do? So he obviously believed that trust was something you could build rapidly. The journalist at this press conference started to laugh because I didn't know what to answer. I felt like saying resign, you know. Yeah. The main findings here is that Russians, they have some a relatively high level of trust in information from environmental organizations, particularly if they're international, and foreign experts. In Norway, we found that national level authorities, also the health authorities, have a higher level than the local authorities. And the highest trust is in the experts. In other words, people understood that when it comes to silent trauma, the stress starts with the information of the exposure. And in order to believe then the information you're given, it's crucial that you have a high level of trust in the source of information. Among these groups I have mentioned, we did whole body measurements before and after our interventions. And we found the same positive effects in Bryansk in Russia, of a significant reduction in the body, the amount of radioactive cesium in the body as we had achieved in Norway. But when you look at the effect on whether people felt now that it was possible to control uptake of radioactive contamination, we found that the Samis had a very high level of trust. Also the sheep farmers felt that they now had some real control and perceived control of this situation. But when you see, if you look at the Russians, the the physical effect that we had demonstrated had no psychological effect on them. And the explanation, the most likely explanation is that this is due to the fact that we did not provide this information to the Russian population. The Russian authorities did. And from the studies I just reported, of course, it's likely then that people did not believe that these effects were real. It could also be learned helplessness, perhaps, in a communist society. So, in the end, we have now commented shortly on the concrete dangers that can be perceived and silent dangers. And what about anticipated danger? We have certain places in Norway where accidents never happen. Like this place, the pulpit in one of the mountains nearby Stavanger, never have accidents here. And the explanation is this, I guess, that within a second, if you visit such a place, the information that you get has become a good practice. So the conclusion then is that if a place is obviously very dangerous, it's also very safe. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Weisse, highlighting important history of Bob's work in these areas like body handling and these silent threats from radiological, biological, chemical weapons, and providing these real world examples and data to show the value of them. Our next presenter is Dr. Joshua Morgenstein. Dr. Morgenstein is professor in the Department of Psychiatry at the Uniformed Services University and deputy director at the Center for the Study of Traumatic Stress. Former deputy director of CSTS. He has completed 16 years in the U.S. Air Force and 10 years in the Commissioned Corps of the U.S. Public Health Service, retiring as captain in 2023. He was chair of the Committee on Psychiatric Dimensions of Disaster and serves as Distinguished Fellow of the American Psychiatric Association. His role as an educator and consultant, Dr. Morgenstein has overseen and provided support to dozens of national and global disasters, working with local, state, national, and international partners to support the well-being of individuals and communities adversely impacted by these events. Today, Dr. Morgenstein's presentation is titled "The Global Impact of Robert J. Ursano on Crisis Leadership Behaviors to Protect Personnel and the Public during Chaos, Stress, and Uncertainty." Please join me in welcoming Dr. Morgenstein.
Can you all hear me? Okay, all right. The microphone is definitely not built ideally for the 6'4" of us. Eric, I know you feel the pain, and Lars as well, so I will try to speak up. It's really wonderful to be here with everybody today, and it's a very special opportunity to be standing here and talking about Bob. And truthfully, I know we've been given a time limit. I'm going to work very hard to stick with that, Steve. I could spend all day talking about Bob, various facets of that relationship, things that I've learned, mentorship, friendship. I first met Bob. He probably doesn't remember because he has taught so many people in his lifetime that it's probably not something he recalls, but early in my residency, which was marked by the beginning or by the occurrence of 9/11. Shortly after I started my residency, I was standing on Ward 54 at Walter Reed Army Medical Center, and watching out the windows of the inpatient psychiatric ward as the Pentagon was billowing with smoke. The base was locked down. And I think that those of us who were in training at the time had a sense that our careers would be inextricably altered by the events of that day, and the trajectory of what was to come. During my residency time, Bob taught one of our didactic courses, maybe more than one of those, and I remember his name. At the time, I did not know the depth, the breadth, the extent of Bob's work. It was like all residents, sort of new and trying to get my hands around various sundry information. And fast forward a few years later, and I'm now at my assignment at Misawa Air Base, which is probably the most remote base in the world, quite frankly. There are places that are smaller, but not harder to get to. Misawa Air Base takes 24 hours and 3 modes of transportation to arrive to. It was a high stress, high op tempo F-16 fighter wing that was really the point of the tip of the spear for responding to aggression from North Korea. And that is what this F-16 base was involved in. And shortly after one of our fighter squadrons was preparing to come back from a deployment, my boss, who was a lieutenant colonel, looked at me, at a captain at the time, and said, "What are we going to do to help take care of them? My boss, the hospital commander, wants to know." To which I said, "I'll get back to you." And a colleague I'd reached out to said, "You might want to reach out to Bob Ursano." And I shared an email with Bob, and he very quickly, not knowing who the heck I was, other than a captain out in the middle of nowhere, northern Japan, sent me information on BattleMind and talked with me about health surveillance information. And we were actually able to rapidly develop a health surveillance process for the 350 plus officers and enlisted that were coming back from the Middle East, to be able to assess sort of what was going on and get some kind of sense for how they were doing and how they might do over time. And that was my first exposure really to Bob in a sort of work sense, and this concept of surveilling people over time and how risk isn't static, but something that changes over time, and his thinking informed on that. Now, fast forward a few years beyond that, and I am approaching the end of my 16 years in the Air Force and have experienced a number of bizarre things, because I was someone who was never smart enough to take a step back when everyone else did. I was always the slow man, and so got picked for all kinds of wild and crazy rides, which actually really led me to my interest in public health and disasters. And Bob and I decided it'd be a good idea for me to come to the center, and I did, and I never wanted to leave. And I spent the second really half of my career there. And so, you all have heard today a lot about Bob's extraordinary work in some groundbreaking, pioneering, world-changing areas. You've heard about STARS. You've heard about this incredible brain bank, and this work that's going to continue and inform our society, about genomes. You've heard about DNA, and really the contributions that are very difficult to measure because of how sort of extraordinary and broad they are to the work to support our military, our country, and the world. And to be clear, the center's mission, I want to highlight this, has always involved a public purpose, support for the public and our nation more broadly. The military is our main focus, but the center itself supports the nation. And to do that requires bridging military and civilian communities, and no organization is better than the Center for the Study of Traumatic Stress. And that is because of Bob's extraordinary knowledge, skills, attitudes, approach, and the culture that he's built for the center over many years. I'm going to talk with you about an area of Bob's work that doesn't have as much high-level government visibility, and it really doesn't show up in the media cycle nearly the same way as some of the other work that you've heard about. But it's an area that's really had remarkable public health implications and global impact. And under Bob's guidance, the Center of the Study for Traumatic Stress has been involved in the issue of leadership for nearly 40 years, with an important emphasis on leadership during times of crisis, specifically, and that includes consultation to leaders during crisis events. So I'll share more with you about this work. Before I do, button, see what you button. Is that right? Yeah, I think I got the right one. So I don't know what the protocol is at a Festschrift for including a disclaimer slide. And I couldn't find anything anywhere, but I knew the dean was going to be here. So, you know, dotted the I and crossed the T. Yeah, that's right. Force of habit, hard to get rid of. To understand the concept really of crisis leadership, we might want to first think about what is leadership. And the answer to that question is the opening to the question of what is leadership in times of crisis. And our time's limited, so I'm going to simply highlight 3 areas. You've heard about the rule of 3s from Dr. Capaldi earlier, and I'm going to stick to that. So influence, vision, and recovery. And I'll start with influence. Leadership during crisis involves influencing others to maximize their efforts to accomplish a mission within an environment of confusion, ambiguity, and extremes of stress. Vision. A leader remains aware of what's happening in the present while also holding on to a vision of where we need to go, even when everyone around them is losing their ability to see beyond the present moment. And recovery. The decisions that leaders make during a crisis affects how, when, and the degree to which a community ultimately recovers. These are all critical aspects of leading during times of crisis. And as we know, Bob always thinks broadly. So the center has focused on crises at all levels, whether it's a unit responding to the suicide or possible suicide of a service member, a mass shooting that's impacted a local community, a hurricane or a wildfire ravaging a region of the country, or a global disaster such as war, terrorism, or even a pandemic. Bob's ensured that the center is always thinking about and helping our military, our partner organizations, and the broader public to understand that what leaders do and say during crisis events is profoundly impactful. And though leadership's long been an area of importance, certainly to the military, Bob's efforts and the direction of the center have ensured that critical information, important lessons learned, and just-in-time action-oriented resources are shared with specific and relevant stakeholders at the local, national, federal, and global level to optimize response to and recovery from crisis and disaster events in support of national and global health security. That was a very big sentence, but there are a few things I don't want you to miss. So let me emphasize a few key areas. Critical information, just in time, action-oriented resources, specific relevant stakeholders, national and global health security. Bob's efforts, as well as those of the teams he surrounded himself with, also established CSTS as a premier global organization for consultation to leaders during times of crisis. He really put the center at the forefront of this area. For many, CSTS has actually become the go-to team for crisis leadership consultation to help leaders know what actions to take to foster resilience and enhance sustainment for their personnel, their communities, as well as themselves. When I was thinking about how to define crisis leadership consultation work that the center has done for decades, I thought, heck, it's 2026. Why don't I do what everybody else does? I'll ask Google. And here's what Google AI had to say. I'll let you take a quick look. So a few highlights caught my attention. Advisory, high stakes, unpredictable events, communication, resilience, recovery. Not bad. During my online search, I actually looked at several definitions from different sources, and one aspect that struck me about nearly all of them was what appeared to be a more unidirectional flow of information, experts helping leaders. But during crisis leadership consultations, Bob frequently reminded us that our conversation with the individual or group that sought us out was as much an opportunity for us to learn from them as it was for them to learn from us. A collaborative learning experience. This collaborative learning approach is particularly significant because a leader dealing with a crisis knows things that consultants don't know. They have visibility over things happening where they are in the hot zone that are often critical to inform on any consultative efforts that the center would offer. Unlike clinical consultations, for instance, where one medical specialist asks another for their opinion, often with limited interaction between them, the center's consultations were really, truly a partnership. People in the hot zone and those outside of it sharing information, each helping to inform the other. Bob wanted the center to convey to our partners, help us to understand you, your organization, and your challenges. And then let's think together about what might be helpful in this particular situation. The culture Bob created for the center around these consultative efforts has always struck me as being based on a deep sense of humility, caring, and a genuine desire to learn. And it also clearly built trust with our partners in the process. And crisis leadership consultations aren't simply an isolated activity. Bob has ensured that the center utilizes information during consultations to inform on all aspects of the center's work: research, education, training, and the development and dissemination of knowledge products. And I'll share some of those later. It's worth highlighting two crisis leadership consultations from decades ago that helped define aspects of the center and the department in which Bob played an integral role. I'd like to share those with you. Several people have mentioned the Gander, Newfoundland plane crash. But for those of you who aren't aware, in 1985, a plane departing Gander, Newfoundland, bound for Fort Campbell, Kentucky, crashed shortly after takeoff, and it killed all 248 service members and the crew on board. This remains the deadliest peacetime military air disaster in history. Some people are familiar with the Gander, Newfoundland crash because it led to the center's critical early work on the psychological and behavioral effects of exposure to human remains. But Bob also worked with a team that ultimately established the concept of grief leadership. Actions leaders can take to address the near universal aspect of grief within communities after a crisis event. Following the Gander crash, it was observed that communities in which grief leadership actions were utilized recovered more quickly and more thoroughly. Though grief significantly impacts community recovery after disasters, it's an area that's easily and often overlooked by leaders. For decades, Bob has enhanced awareness and education about grief leadership and the actions that go with it as an integral aspect of supporting the military and civilian leaders so that they can better care for their teams and their communities. In 1988, the Spitak earthquake in Armenia killed nearly 50,000 and injured nearly 130,000 more. And Bob led USU's partnership with NASA as part of a network of global academic and clinical organizations, creating the world's first humanitarian telehealth consultation system, referred to as the Armenian Space Bridge. For more than 6 months, Bob and his team provided both clinical and leadership consultation to mental health and other professionals on the ground in Armenia that were managing hundreds of complex cases. They also helped leaders respond to their own personal reactions, as well as those of the workers they led during response and recovery to what was really an extraordinary tragedy. And these consultations with leaders and other colleagues in Armenia also served another purpose, a form of ad hoc peer support. Bob, always finding ways to foster well-being and extend care and kindness to others, used this experience with leaders and others working on the front lines to connect with you on a human level as a way of communicating to people out there in the hot zone that you're not alone. The center was my first duty assignment following an inter-service transfer to the U.S. Public Health Service after I served for 16 years in the Air Force. And during my Air Force career, I've worked with many leaders addressing a wide range of crisis events and predominantly working with individual issues around individual service members, but not infrequently at the unit level and occasionally at the organizational level as well. And it became clear to me that while many leaders were equipped to manage and deal with day-to-day operations, most had little or no real training on the different attitudes, temperament, and skills that are needed to care for a team during a time of crisis. Working with Bob and others at CSTS, I was fascinated by the military readiness and global health security impact of supporting national, federal, and international leaders as of partner nations during times of crisis, which really aligned with my goals of supporting and fostering public mental health in disasters. Over the years, I have increasingly integrated the concept of crisis leadership into my work at the center, and I know Steve asked us to talk a bit about our own work. Again, I could talk about Bob all day, but I have really particularly appreciated that Bob ensured the center moved beyond theories and ideas and maintained a persistent focus on the critical role of human behavior, emphasizing actions, as Ron alluded to, this critical aspect of moving ideas into actions that leaders can take, as well as some to avoid, to support their communities in times of crisis. I'll highlight a few areas of work that I've been involved in to better help understand and disseminate knowledge on crisis leadership that have been heavily informed by Bob's guidance and mentorship, as well as his deep knowledge and appreciation for public mental health. I hope you'll find something in what I share, or maybe at our center's website, that might help the next time you're dealing with a crisis event. Believing that one's actions have purpose, particularly during times of high stress and great sacrifice, can protect our health. Leveraging our long-standing relationship with National Guard leadership, we were able to support their very difficult work at the beginning of the global COVID-19 pandemic. Following the deadliest COVID-19 surge in the US and throughout the entire pandemic itself, actually, it was the deadliest surge. We surveyed US National Guard members who worked at the epicenter of the outbreak, over 4,000 of them. And our work revealed that service members whose leaders reminded them of the purpose and value of their work reported better physical health, better mental health, they used less alcohol, and they reported better unit cohesion, all of which are protective for individuals and their own well-being. They also foster readiness and sustainment. So leaders can remember that a simple and genuine reminder to their personnel of the purpose of their work and that their work is valued can protect the health and readiness of workers. And we rapidly translated our study findings into this PA, or Pandemic Activation STAR card, which is pictured here. It was actually disseminated by Guard leadership throughout the entire National Guard to guide leaders' actions before, during, and after pandemic activations. When a service member is found injured or dead, the cause is often unknown. It may be a medical event, an accident, suicide attempt. Whatever the cause, it may remain unknown for quite some time. Leaders may feel uncertain about what to talk about, what not to talk about, and even what actions to take. So this resource provides brief, evidence-based, and simple actions that leaders can take to care for their unit members and sustain readiness. It addresses a wide range of issues that are really common in situations such as this, like communication, peer support, reducing barriers to care, and role modeling by leaders. but it also addresses unique issues that often emerge during times of prolonged uncertainty, both for leaders and their personnel. When a difficult situation arises, such as a leader who's concerned about the health and safety of a unit member, it can be hard for a leader to know what to say. Leaders typically want to help, but sometimes they worry they'll say something that'll make things worse, which may lead them to say nothing at all. Often in these situations, a leader has an idea of what they want to convey, but they may have trouble finding the words. We developed a brief video series titled Finding the Words, and we started with a video for leaders to help them know how and equip them better to have critical conversations. The video includes information on how to prepare and consider when and where to have a conversation. It also provides actual words they can use to open the conversation and even some responses that they may use, as well as some to avoid, to help address the issue in a professional and a caring way. There's even a template for leaders that they can download and fill in with languages customized to their particular situations. As a physician, educator, and a public health officer, it's really been an honor and a privilege for me and a highlight of my career to provide crisis leadership consultation, as well as to share knowledge, the resources I've highlighted, and so many other resources from the center with the media and with organizations in our country and around the world to help support leadership during times of crisis. As the leaders go about the difficult work of fostering readiness and resilience for their teams and themselves. And I'm very thankful to Bob for making this often overlooked topic of crisis leadership an essential aspect of the center's work. So this is the only interactive part of my talk. Please raise your hand if you have any sense of what I will refer to as Bob Ursano's rule recommendation of hearing something said 3 times. A couple of people. Right? Kurt, you want to tell me what is Bob's rule of 3 times? You want to tell the group what's your understanding of that?
I didn't realize you were going to put me on the spot.
Yeah, that'll teach you.
So telling them 3 times, tell them what you're going to tell them, and then remind them of the whole thing.
Nope, different rule. Jocelyn? So we're getting there. Absolutely. Who else had their hand up? That's rule 3. Quinn.
It might be that when you hear something, you take note of it, and if you hear it again, you have to look it up. And then if you hear it a 3rd time or something, you have to write it down and put it on a card in your pocket or something like that.
There you go. So that's the rule that I'm thinking of. All helpful answers. Quinn is the direction I'm going. So Bob's rule of 3, from my perspective, very much like Quinn alluded to, goes something like this. And Bob often talks about this in the concept of learning. So for instance, if you hear an interesting idea, think about it through this lens. So it's kind of a learning thing, but it also applies to something that your boss might say. So it has kind of multiple meanings here. So I'm going to talk about it in the boss sense. If your boss floats an idea, you write it down. If they mention it twice, you look it up. If they bring it up a 3rd time, you take action. As Jocelyn said, you're doing it after you've heard it for the 3rd time. Now, Bob probably doesn't remember this conversation, but I do because it seared into my brain. And it probably happened more than 10 years ago. I was in Bob's office at USU and he was the chair. And we were having a one-on-one meeting. And I'd recently heard him share his rule of hearing things 3 times. So this was fresh in my mind. And it would... and over the past few weeks, he had twice mentioned to me something to the effect of, it would really be great if we had some type of online training course in disaster psychiatry. And the reason for this is because the center has for many years had a disaster and preventive psychiatry fellowship available to uniformed officers, which is a very small group of people. The idea of putting this online and making it available to a much broader range of individuals was really where Bob was going, kind of floating some sort of concept out there, again, as Bob does, thinking down the road. And during this meeting, as I think I mentioned, but he mentioned this idea a third time. Uh-oh. So at the time, the idea of creating an entire course in disaster psychiatry seemed beyond daunting, and I certainly felt ill-prepared to take on what seemed like a monumental task at the time. And while I knew Bob didn't expect me to go out and whip up an online training course the next week, as Matt Friedman alluded to, Bob's Tom Sawyer-esque thinking and approach to this planted a seed in my mind about what a great idea this might be. So let's fast forward a few years after the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, and my colleague, Dr. James Kurt West, and I seized on an opportunity to work with the American Psychiatric Association and develop a training course in disaster and preventive psychiatry. Using their brand new online training platform, we actually spent 18 months working with them, building a free, interactive 9-module training course that includes 8 continuing education credits. Again, all free to anyone around the world. And it went live online May of 2023. As far as we know, this course is the only one of its kind in the world. And it includes, of course, an entire module dedicated to the principles and practices of crisis leadership. In many ways, this course is, it represents really a synthesis of the center's almost 4 decades of work. And the course itself, and the fact that it exists, is a tribute to Bob's vision, guidance, and support. So I'll close with a few words of wisdom I heard from Bob a few years ago when we were talking about helping people sustain hope in difficult times, which is perhaps one of the most important things that leaders can do during a crisis. It's helpful to remind ourselves and others that this will end and that most people will be okay, even when you have difficulty along the way. Engaging in acts of kindness and things to take care of people around us are important aspects of fostering hope, not only for them, but for us as well. We can also build hope by holding on to a vision of who a person can be and not just who they seem to be during a particularly difficult moment. And we want to remember that hope isn't just something that we find or that we wish for. It's something that we go out and build one action at a time. Thank you, Bob, for your mentorship and your friendship and your leadership during the routine and the day-to-day, as well as during the most difficult of times. And thanks to all of you.
Thank you, Josh, for reminding us of the work from Bob and the center in crisis and grief leadership. It's not something that I had given much thought to before joining the center, and my appreciation for it has continued to grow over the years. And I'm thankful for the work that Bob and you and others at the center have done to make those resources available for people so that other people recognize the importance too. We have a break scheduled now, so I guess we'll do the 10-minute break. So at 1:35, we'll convene. Thanks.
And we'll get started again. My name is Quinn Biggs. I'm a research psychologist. I've been with the center for since 2007. And at that time, before I started, I was looking for work in trauma research. My dissertation work in the field was looking at what happens to people after vehicular transportation-related collisions. People who are functioning normally in society and then they get laid up in the hospital. And so I was doing my dissertation work, and I kept seeing the name Ursano. And when I responded to an ad for the center, it didn't have any names associated with it. I talked to John Stewart on the phone and did an interview, and he said, yeah, you're working with Dr. Ursano and Dr. Fullerton. I was like, I recognize those names. Those are leaders in the field. So at that time, Dr. Ursano was doing work with, some of the work he was doing was with transportation-related collisions, motor vehicle collisions, and looking at post-traumatic stress symptoms and distortion of time, sort of form of dissociation. So I don't know that anybody's mentioned that yet. I thought I'd bring that up. I am honored to introduce our next two speakers. The first is Dr. Jun Sugimura. Dr. Sugimura is a prominent psychiatrist and a professor in the Faculty of Health Sciences at Majiro University in Saitama, Japan. A globally recognized expert in disaster mental health, his groundbreaking research focuses on the psychological impacts of large-scale catastrophes on first responders and high-risk personnel, most notably tracking the long-term mental health of nuclear power plant workers following the 2011 Fukushima Daiichi disaster. Dr. Sugimura's extensive work bridging civilian and military trauma systems began during his tenure as a visiting researcher from 2003 to 2005 at the Center for the Study of Traumatic Stress, where he continues to serve, and the Uniformed Services University, where he continues to serve as a senior scientist and adjunct professor. The author of numerous influential peer-reviewed studies and book chapters, Dr. Sugimura frequently advises international agencies on disaster preparedness, psychological first aid, and workforce resilience. The title of Dr. Sugimura's presentation today is Dr. Robert J. Ursano's Global Legacy, International Collaboration Through the Lens of Japan.
Hello, everyone. It is a profound honor to participate in this Festschrift, celebrating the extraordinary career and legacy of Dr. Robert J. Ursano. For over 20 years, I have been privileged to learn from Bob. In Japan, we have a traditional saying to describe the ideal relationship between a mentor and a student. We say that a student grows by watching their mentor's back. This doesn't mean simply walking behind someone. It means closely observing a mentor's every action, their daily behavior, their posture, their ethics, and their dedication to their work. The student absorbs not just what the mentor says, but who the mentor is. It is a form of silent yet powerful education. I have been incredibly fortunate to watch Bob's back. Today, I would like to share the profound impact that his back has had, not just on me, but on the field of military and disaster psychiatry across the globe, viewed specifically through a Japanese lens. My journey with Bob began in the year 2000. At that time, I was starting my career as a civilian faculty at the National Defense Medical College, the Japanese equivalent of Uniformed Services University. In Japan, we had experienced this devastating Kobe earthquake in 1995. Back then, the term PTSD was rarely understood even among mental health professionals. Trauma and disaster mental health research was almost non-existent. But being in a military medical school environment, I felt an urgent need to understand the impact of trauma, especially on service members and disaster workers. This was the era before the convenience of online journals. Time and time again, I kept finding these brilliant, meticulously crafted and innovative papers written by Robert J. Ursano and his colleagues in my school library. I took these papers to my professor, Dr. Soichiro Nomura. He looked at them with surprise and told me, Dr. Nomura is the chair of psychiatry at Uniformed Services University. In my mind, Bob became a myth. Or to be more clinical, I realized I was suffering delusional ideation. With only his dense, brilliant academic papers to go on, my imagination ran wild. I pictured this intellectual giant as someone incredibly intellectual, sharp, demanding, and to be honest, terrifying. A year later, Dr. Nomura suggested I apply for an international fellowship to study trauma. When I confessed I had no social network, he said, "Let's ask Dr. Ursano. He's the expert. Even if he can't take you, he might have ideas." I said, "Absolutely." Bob generously agreed to be my host, and I secured a 2-year fellowship. In 2002, half a year before the fellowship officially began, I visited Bob's office to express my enthusiasm. I was terrified. The day had come to find out if my myth of the terrifying giant was true. When we met, my myth was only half correct. Bob was indeed as brilliant, as sharp as I had imagined. From the moment he started speaking, I was captivated. Every sentence was steeped in knowledge, logic, experience, and wisdom. It felt like his spoken words could be published directly as a textbook. But my myth was completely wrong about him being terrifying. What my imagination had entirely missed was his profound capacity for embrace and inclusion. In Japanese, oyoroku. I was bursting with enthusiasm, but my research track was minimal. Bob accepted me exactly as I was. That sense of safety, that oyoroku, instantly dissolved my tension. In 2003 to 2005, I immersed myself in the fellowship at the Center for the Study of Traumatic Stress. Here is a slide showing the directors and scientists of the center at that time. I am sure the list is much smaller than what it is today. Here is a photo of the center staff from that time, back when it was located on the grounds of the current Walter Reed Hospital. As we all know, Bob is always busy. Even with his grueling schedule, however, Bob carved out 1 hour every single week or two just for me. Those hours were miraculous. We discussed everything. The foundations of military and disaster psychiatry, lessons from Vietnam, the Gulf War, and 9/11, preparedness for weapons of mass destruction, the ongoing wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, and even the mental health of the Japanese residents in the DC area. During those years, I didn't just watch Bob's back. I watched the backs of Dr. Carol Fulton, Dr. Eddie McCarroll, Dr. John Newby, Dr. David Benedict, and many others. What I gained was not just a list of publications. I gained a fraction of the immense knowledge built by Bob and his team. Most importantly, I received the armor of knowledge I would need for the battles ahead. When I returned to Japan, I was somewhat of a rare species, one of the very few Japanese psychiatrists focusing on the mental health consequences of disaster workers, especially from chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear agents. Fast forward to March 11, 2011. The magnitude 9.0 earthquake and the catastrophic tsunami struck Japan's northeast region. A nuclear power plant in Fukushima lost its power and melted down. The worst case scenario predicted that half of Japan might become uninhabitable. During that chaos, Bob was one of the very first people to reach out to me, checking on my safety. Soon, the knowledge of this rare species was put to the ultimate test. I received a phone call from the nuclear plant officials. They asked me to take charge of the mental health of 2,000 frontline workers, individuals who were severely traumatized and risking their lives in highly radioactive environment. I thought, that's impossible. What did I say? I said, of course. The only reason I could answer, of course, was because of the armor Bob had given me. In my head, I could hear Bob telling me, perhaps echoing the words of the Steve Winwood song, "While you see a chance, take it." That phone call literally changed my life. Setting up triage, screening, surveillance, listening to the workers' stories, respecting their heroic efforts, and providing specialized care. Every single step was something I had earned from Bob and his team. My colleagues and I built up a special team to support these people, and another song came into my mind. "We Can Work It Out" by the Beatles. Fortunately, we avoided the worst case scenario and eventually published our findings in JAMA, American Journal of Psychiatry, and The Lancet. When I shared this news with Bob, his joy was immense. He celebrated as if it was his own. Fast forward again to 2014. Because of our work in Fukushima, I was invited to the International Atomic Energy Agency, or IAEA, in Austria to share our findings. Bob was also invited. Sitting at the same table, speaking as peers with the mentor whose back I had watched for so long was an irreplaceable honor. But I must confess my regret about that trip. One evening, Bob and Dr. Evelyn Bromett from Stony Brook University invited me to join them for dinner. However, hiding severe jet lag and freezing in 10 degrees Fahrenheit weather, I declined. I just did not have the energy. I realize now what a mistake that was. I missed a once-in-a-lifetime chance to share a dinner in Vienna with the man who shaped my career. So, if I may place a piece of advice to anyone here today, never, ever decline an invitation from Dr. Ursano. Remember this song title, "While you see a chance, take it," even if you're jet lagged or freezing. Later on, I visited the relocated center in Rockledge to give talks on our findings. Bob, Dr. Steve Koza, Dr. Joshua Morgenstein, among others, peppered me with brilliant questions. They forced me to think about new challenges in radiological and nuclear disaster care, insights that are now integrated into Japan's disaster countermeasures. Around this time, Bob and his team were publishing the groundbreaking Army Stars research. These studies heavily influenced the Japanese military research that I was involved with. My colleagues and I were astonished by the continuous stream of landmark papers appearing in JAMA Psychiatry. In fact, it happened so frequently that we stopped calling them the journal. We stopped calling the journal by its official name, JAMA Psychiatry. We started calling it the Ursano Weekly. We would literally ask each other, "Have you read the new issue of the Ursano Weekly?" Let's fast forward again to January 2020. I completed my 20 years of services for the Japanese defense and was preparing to start a new professorship. The COVID-19 outbreak had begun in China, but few people in Japan or around the world foresaw what the next few years would bring. It sent me an email. "We don't have much information on COVID in the US yet. What is happening in Japan?" I replied, "I am not a prophet, but I can confirm this spread will happen all over the world and will lead to a pandemic declaration by the WHO." It was time for me to use the armor again. Within 30 minutes, I drafted a manuscript and Bob and the team refined it. In early February, a full month before the pandemic truly hit the United States, we submitted this letter predicting the mental health consequences and target populations of this novel virus. This letter to the editor was accepted a few hours after the submission. My colleagues started calling this paper that COVID paper. It became a benchmark, cited over 3,000 times. This brings me to this photo from a NATO workshop in Tbilisi, Georgia, in 2024. The room was filled with giants of military psychiatry and psychopharmacology. People like Dr. Eric Vermitten, Dr. Rakesh Jetli, and Dr. Joseph Zohar. Bob and Josh Morgenstein joined the workshop online. The moment Bob began speaking through the screen, I watched the faces of everyone in that room change. The atmosphere shifted. Everyone leaned in, desperate not to miss a single syllable. In that moment in Tbilisi, I keenly felt the massive global gravity of Bob's legacy. In closing, I have shared how Dr. Ursano has influenced me. I am incredibly lucky to have grown up watching Bob's back. But I am not the only one. Across the globe, there is a generation of researchers, clinicians, educators, and policymakers who have grown up the exact same way. The legacy Bob has built will endure worldwide for generations to come. Bob, on behalf of researchers all over the world, I want to say thank you for showing us your back and giving us the armor. Thank you for your guidance and your friendship. We are all honored to walk in your footsteps.
Thank you, Dr. Sugamura. I understand Dr. Sugamura is online. Would you like to say a few words, Dr. Sugamura? It is the middle of the night there. Okay. Give him a second. Hannah, is he online, do you think? Okay. Dr. Sugamura, if you're there, we'd welcome your comments. It was nice to talk to hear about from Dr. Sugamura about the mentorship that Dr. Ursano offers and its legacy around the world. I know we have people from all over the world, including Australia here today, Luke Johnson. I also wanted to comment on Dr. Sugamura's comment about Dr. Ursano speaking like a textbook. If you've ever been in a meeting with him and he starts thinking about things, you'll know they'll just listen, and all of a sudden you hear a little shift in tone. He'll start speaking just the way you need to write your manuscript. So all you got to do is capture that, and you got half an article there. Well, we shall move on. I'd like to introduce our next speaker, which is Dr. Carol S. Fullerton. Dr. Fullerton is a research professor in psychiatry at Uniformed Services University and scientific director at the Center for the Study of Traumatic Stress. She is widely published in the areas of post-traumatic stress and the psychological effects of disaster, war, bereavement, and suicide. She has extensive experience in consultation to disasters. Her work includes development and dissemination of educational materials to assist individuals, families, and communities exposed to trauma and disaster. Dr. Fullerton was awarded the Department of Defense Meritorious Service Medal, Uniformed Services University Exceptional Service Medal, and the Uniformed Services University James Leonard Award for Excellence in Clinical Research. She has over 270 peer-reviewed publications and is an editor of 8 books. The title of Dr. Fullerton's presentation today is "The Whole is Greater Than the Sum of Its Parts." Dr. Fullerton.
I am absolutely thrilled to be part of this today amongst friends and colleagues. And one thing I want to say straight out, notice the consistency of how people are describing Bob. There's something important to be said with that. And I've always said, this is my way of sort of saying it, Bob does not stir envy in colleagues. And there's a lot that goes into that, which I'm not going to get into, but I've just enjoyed today so much in hearing from people. I came to Bob from Chestnut Lodge Psychiatric Hospital. Bob was, which is a psychoanalytically oriented inpatient hospital, which was. And Bob was in supervision with Rusty Bullard, who was the owner and director of the hospital. And I'd been there about 12 years, and that had been my career. And I was just getting my PhD. And Bob had an opening to study chemical and biological warfare. I'm a developmental psychologist. That wasn't quite my field, but it didn't matter. And Rusty said to me, "You will like Bob very much." And I did. And he became really my first mentor. And I was a postdoc at the time. And I figured I can learn so much from this person. And that was 40 years ago. I also want to say, I really appreciate Bob's family, Mary Lee and Bob's daughters. Hopefully they're still listening to this, Anna and Amy, and Bob's sister, Barbara. Could they put up the slide? Okay, here we go. I want to start by sharing a concept that underscores the importance of collaboration. It's often said that the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. This highlights how incredible things happen when many people join together and each contributing to something larger than themselves. Today, we've heard from several of Bob's closest colleagues. Each captures something essential, but they do not tell the full story. I've had the privilege of knowing Bob and working with him for over 40 years. This allows me to reflect not only on what he has accomplished, but how has he done it? And how has his strategic vision helped shape an entire field? When sailing, you don't move forward by heading directly into the wind. Instead, you advance by tacking, adjusting your course as conditions change while keeping your destination clearly in sight. This demands flexibility, breadth of knowledge, and the ability to adjust. Research works that way. It requires never losing sight of your long-term goals while you are adapting and adjusting to change. Bob didn't just adapt to change, he anticipated it. In doing so, he positioned his work as a force for progress and himself as a leader at the cutting edge of trauma research and response. Bob's path has not been linear, but it has been purposeful. Along the way, he built an interdisciplinary network of collaborators, many connected with the center for close to 40 years, and many are here today. Bob fostered collaborations across disciplines, institutions, and nations. Every contribution mattered, and every perspective was welcomed. Together, these collaborators formed the foundation of the center. One of Bob's mentors and colleagues, Harry Holloway, used to say ideas are free. Anyone can have them. However, turning ideas into science and science into practice requires leadership, discipline, and guiding principles. Over the years, Bob has followed several fundamental principles. I will illustrate 3. And here we are, the rule of 3 that we heard from Vin at the beginning. I'm going to draw from experiences spanning several decades. First, collaboration across the sciences. Early in his career, Bob recognized that insight often emerges at the intersection of disciplines. When scientists from different fields come together, ideas from one domain inform and transform another. This is especially important when research is limited and progress depends on drawing from related areas. Bob brought scientists together not just to contribute, but to think collectively, turning shared knowledge into new applications. Our very first conference on the behavioral and psychological effects of chemical and biological warfare is a good example of this. At the time, we were studying underground shelters known as survivable collective protection systems. designed as isolated environments for medical care during a CBW attack. We brought together scientists who actually knew very little about CBW itself, but who were experts in analogous situations that had similar psychological demands, including conditions of isolation, confinement, and potential toxic exposure. Examples of this were submarines, Antarctica, space missions, and 3 Mile Island. The challenge was to think together in new ways. By exploring these parallels, we were able to generate insights and recommendations that would never have been possible within a single domain and discipline. Second, the value of observational research. Bob understood that the gold standard of studying human response to trauma is careful observation in the field. Bob deployed research teams to disaster sites, enabling firsthand understanding of how individuals and communities respond to extreme conditions. This work improved how we measure and study trauma. It strengthened methods and deepened understanding, but just as important, it built trust. Our teams formed relationships with affected communities, relationships that became the foundation of future work. In the early years, Bob was there himself, and that mattered. His presence opened doors and it established credibility. He built teams that were disciplined and varied, uniformed and civilian, seasoned and early career, all working with a shared purpose and clear boundaries. That balance of rigor and respect became a hallmark of the center. Third, nuts and bolts. Bob believed that leaders must understand the work at a practical level, the nuts and bolts, and not just direct it. He demonstrated that throughout his career. That depth of operational knowledge ensures accuracy and credibility and enables something equally important, mentorship, teaching others essential skills and techniques. Bob encouraged each of us to develop our own direction. He often compared this to opening a pizza shop. Creating your own sauce, choosing your ingredients, and learning how to shape and stretch the dough. Over time, you refine your techniques, adapt and grow. Science works in much the same way. Researchers must continually evolve their skills and approaches to remain effective. For example, Bob recognized the importance of advanced analytic approaches, particularly predictive analytics, for early and precise identification of soldiers at highest risk for suicide-related and related behaviors. He supported precision medicine and the use of advanced machine learning algorithms developed by STAR scientists, helping to deliver more targeted and timely interventions. Today, we have reflected on the what and how of Bob's legacy. What remains is the more elusive question, why? Why did we choose to join Bob on this journey? And why did we pursue our own paths within it? Bob believed that scientific curiosity is a powerful force that guides our research direction. He has described his own work as driven by a central question: how the outside world of experiences and events changes us within, how those experiences alter the brain, influence development, and shape behavior. This question has guided his life's work, from the study of trauma and development to his psychoanalytic clinical work, exploring how psychotherapy changes us within. I believe that even 40 years ago, Bob recognized one of his greatest challenges: ensuring that the center would endure beyond him, its founder and principal leader. That requires seeing oneself not as the heart of their creation, but as its architect and designer. It means building continuity into the culture from the very beginning and not waiting for moments of transition. In closing, each of us is a vital part of the work, but under your direction, Bob, and your leadership, those parts have come together into something far greater, greater than we could have ever imagined 40 years ago. The foundation you built ensures that the work continues and the journey goes on. Thank you, Bob, and please join me in thanking Dr. Robert Ursano.
Carol, thank you so much for that wonderful presentation that could have only been given by someone who was a collaborator for decades. It's now my privilege to welcome to the podium Dr. Charles Rice, President Emeritus of Uniformed Services University, for his comments and for a special presentation.
Thank you, Steve. What a day. And what a life. Edward O. Wilson, who's a distinguished professor of entomology at Harvard and a founder in the field of sociobiology, wrote in an essay entitled "The Power of Scientific Discovery: The True and Final Test of a Scientific Career is how well the following pardon me, declarative sentence can be completed. He or she discovered that." As we have heard today, filling in that blank for Bob Ursano comes easily. We've heard numerous examples of what he and the team he has led so ably have so enriched and enhanced our understanding of the human condition and factors that shape it. Bob is a highly regarded clinician, as you heard from Dr. Schoonmaker, a decorated Air Force officer, a highly sought after teacher and mentor, a gifted investigator, a prolific author, an admired leader, a beloved colleague, and a consummate statesman. For Bob, I expect the value that he values most, being the devoted husband of Mary Lee and the proud father of Amy and Anna. I personally had the benefit of his wisdom and to establish that his rare ability to establish calm in whatever environment he found himself. Whenever I requested time on his analyst's couch, usually on returning from the Pentagon, his sage advice was always thoughtful and always on point. The Uniformed Services University, the MHS, thousands of students, residents, fellows, patients, the nation and the world have benefited greatly from his years of unselfish service. Now that is a career to be proud of, and it is a privilege to confer this recognition on him. Bob, would you join me? Steve, would you join me, please? Steve, if you would read the citation.
Attention to orders. That means we stand. For exceptionally distinguished service in various positions of great responsibility from 1979 to 15 March 2025, culminating as professor and center director of the Center for the Study of Traumatic Stress to the Uniformed Services University, the Department of Defense, and the nation. Dr. Robert J. Ursano's leadership, vision, and commitment to military psychiatry and trauma research have profoundly impacted service members, veterans, and their families. As chair of the Department of Psychiatry for 25 years and founding director of the Center for the Study of Traumatic Stress, he advanced the understanding of PTSD, suicide prevention, and disaster psychiatry. His contributions to national mental health policy and military readiness have shaped the field and strengthened resilience across the force. His dedication to research, education, and service has left a lasting legacy in military medicine. In recognition of his unparalleled contributions, the Uniformed Services University bestows upon Dr. Robert J. Ursano the Presidential Medal.
It's now my honor and my privilege to recognize Dr. Ursano with an official flag folding ceremony. You may remain seated for this ceremony. Will the USU Color Guard please come forward? For more than 200 years, the American flag has been the symbol of our nation's unity, as well as a source of pride and inspiration for millions of citizens. Born on June 14, 1777, the Second Continental Congress determined that the flag of the United States be 13 stripes, alternating between 7 red and 6 white, and that the Union be 13 stars, white in a blue field, representing a new constellation. Between 1777 and 1960, the shape and design of the flag evolved into the flag presented before you today. The 13 horizontal stripes represent the original 13 colonies, while the stars represent the 50 states of the Union. The colors of the flag are symbolic as well. Red symbolizes hardiness and valor. White signifies purity and innocence. and blue represents vigilance, perseverance, and justice. Traditionally a symbol of liberty, the American flag has carried the message of freedom and inspired Americans both at home and abroad. In 1814, Francis Scott Key was so moved at seeing the Stars and Stripes waving after the British shelling of Baltimore's Fort McHenry that he wrote the words to the Star-Spangled Banner. In 1892, the flag inspired Francis Bellamy to write the Pledge of Allegiance, our most famous flag salute and patriotic oath. In July 1969, the American flag was flown in space when Neil Armstrong planted it on the surface of the moon. Today, our flag flies on constellations of Air Force satellites that circle our globe and on the thin flash of our aircraft in harm's way in every corner of the world. Indeed, it flies in the heart of every American who serves our great nation. The sun never sets on the United States Air Force, nor on the flag we so proudly cherish. Since 1776, no generation of Americans has been spared the responsibility of defending freedom. Today's airmen remain committed to preserving the freedom that others won for us for generations to come. By displaying the flag and giving it a distinctive fold, we show respect to the flag and express our gratitude to those individuals who fought and continue to fight for our freedom at home and abroad. Since the dawn of the 20th century, airmen have proudly flown the flag in every major conflict on lands and skies around the world. It is their responsibility and our responsibility to continue to protect and preserve the rights, privileges, and freedoms that we as Americans enjoy today. The United States flag represents who we are. It stands for the freedom we all share and the pride and patriotism we feel for our country. We cherish its legacy as a beacon of hope to one and all. Long may it wait. Dr. Ursano, the podium is yours now.
Thank you all so much. And the flag ceremony, which I had not realized was going to happen until Kurt had mentioned it to me, is very moving. As most of you know, I grew up in DOD. My father was Army, one of the few people that has had an ID card ever since birth almost. And it has been my home and my community. And it's been an honor and a privilege to have my career within it. Having said that, however, and meaning it, I want to comment about a few things. Firstly, despite the rumors, I did not say 3 times to Mark Twain, think about whitewashing a fence. Although I do believe that that's not a bad idea.
Secondly, I began to realize that this event was actually going to happen. I saw Vin sending out emails. I saw Steve sending out emails. I saw him being echoed by Carol. I saw Sharon Holland sending them out from the university. But finally, when I was walking through Safeway yesterday, over the loudspeaker came, by the way, the person in the fifth aisle, they're having a festivity for him on Friday. Please attend. I knew that something was going to happen. I thank you all for that. This has been, as many of you know, not my typical way. My rule has always been fly under the radar. It's a very good rule in the Air Force. Some of you may know that as you fly under the radar and you go up a mountain or a hill, you flip over before you go back down so that you can see what's down below and not get shot. I like that strategy. Stay alert to where the missiles are coming from and fly below the radar. Harry made a comment once that was somewhat similar, which is, remember, the more successful you are, the larger the target gets on your back. Also a very good rule to remember. It's always true. So I want to thank Mary Lee in particular, my family, my daughters who may well be on, Amy and Anna, as well as the rest of our family, and all of you, and in particular the presenters who I will write you each notes. There's just too much to say about your comments and observations. All of you have been my teachers. My teachers. There's no higher praise I could give to each of you. Being a teacher means that you have shared your wisdom, your knowledge, and you've done it in a way in which I could learn. That is a very hard thing to do. Very difficult to speak to someone in a way that they can learn and do it in a way that contains so much respect that they want to learn. That is what you have done for me. We stand on the shoulders of giants, as you all know. And when I first came to the university, those giants, of course, included Jay Sanford, who in fact, it's because of him that we did our first book, when he said, after a conference on CBW to Harry and Harry to me, why don't you ask Bob to do a book on this topic? So instead of a book on CBW, we did our first book on disasters. It's called The Structure of Human Chaos. And it was a marvelous book with a marvelous cover, for which there is a story. Norm Rich, who was the chair of surgery, what a gentle, gentle man. He had such grace, vision, wisdom, and articulateness of someone to follow and watch. Bob Joy, a name that in fact in military medicine, a tremendous speaker. Oh my goodness. If you could hear him speak, you wanted him to keep talking it forever. Lou Lecters, Craig Llewellyn, and of course, Harry Holland. Harry gave me multiple pieces of wisdom, some of which was quoted today, some of which attributed to me actually belongs to Harry. I'm sure Harry would say it belongs to David McKay Riot. It gets passed on. But one of the pieces that Harry gave me, which I recall today in particular, was shortly after 9/11, which was, there was so much chaos because of so many things going on at once. It was impossible to know what was going on in each different place. And we had members of our faculty participating in so many areas, and of course, members of the hospital, which Steve in particular and others were greatly involved with. And I asked him, how do you lead in this kind of setting? And he said, Bob, you tell people head west and you'll meet them in Salt Lake City. It's a statement of relying on the individuals that you've chosen because you know they are so good. Just let them do their thing. Another guiding post for me, rule of 3 is a good one, but there are other rules. My children know the rule 471. Rule 471 is passed down by parents to children in particular. And it sometimes gets said loudly, sometimes softly. But Rule 471 is don't do something stupid. Pretty good rule. Try to stick to it. Another one, which some of you have heard me say, but perhaps not many. When I was probably high school and my dad was assigned here in Washington, and we used to go into Washington, D.C. at that time. It was tremendous fun to be downtown D.C. And there was a Waffle House. And whenever we went there, there was a sign on the wall over near where you bought donuts. And the sign said, keep your eye upon the donut and not upon the hole. Well, I thought that was pretty good advice, but I couldn't get over the idea that that means we're actually eating a whole, not just a donut. Eating something that isn't seen. Keep an eye out for different ways of hearing and seeing what others may not notice. Part of that has been through adventures. Carol certainly knows that I love the ideas of walking through the woods with some of our famous authors, Christopher Robin. My children know that we used to go bear hunting. Of course, our bear hunting was in New Haven. When we went out to walk in the park, it'd be who would say first, there's the bear. And then, of course, you had to jump and feel startled and talk about, I'll find the next one. Bear hunting. That evolved over time, but continues to be fostering curiosity. If there's one thing I notice about myself, damn, I'm curious. It is to your dismay and at times bad luck, because there comes 7 articles on a topic you wonder where they came from. But I got curious about something and dove in for a way. But yeah, curiosity is a wonderful thing. So how to wind up this kind of talk? Don't need to talk for long. I have heard so much, and I hope to meet the guy you all talked about today. He's got to be somewhere out there, but I don't know where. So I did a little bit of homework. Much of a talk like this is sort of like a graduation speech. I don't know if I'm graduating or you all are graduating. You know, I'm kind of launching you or you're launching me. But whatever it is, I'm not going away. But of the graduation speeches that I enjoyed, speaking of tennis, Roger Federer's at Dartmouth several years ago gave an unbelievable graduation speech, at the end of which he brought up his tennis racket, of course. I didn't bring mine. But his most powerful comment was, he only won 51% of his points throughout his career. 51% of the points in all the games that he played, and he, without a doubt, is the GOAT of tennis. Such grace, such form, such power. So keep in mind, we only have to win 51% of the time. Not 80%, not 90%, not 65. 51 is good enough. Secondly, as you all, many know, Mary Lee and I have moved to Chapel Hill, North Carolina. And our oldest grandson, Amy's child, just graduated from UNC Chapel Hill. As part of that, we attended virtually the graduation. And a lot of the students were saying, oh, no, can't believe it. They had a country music graduation speaker. He was marvelous. What he did was to take the strings of a guitar, and any of you that play guitar in the way I do, which means you never really played, know that the strings of the guitar, every angry dog grows big ears. Got the letters? He took each of those letters and in fact elaborated on some of the virtues of what that meant and wanted to take with you. He also said, and this is the part I really liked, remember, all the strings will drift out of tune at various points. And it takes humility and honesty to recognize when they've drifted out of tune and to be willing to fix them. So you don't have to be in tune all the time, but you need to notice when in fact you're not. But the last one I saw, and I sort of liked it, more than just liked it, Harrison Ford. Now think of Harrison Ford. Remember Star Wars, Indiana Jones? He hasn't been an astronaut that I know of, but that would have been the best, one of my wishes for a lifetime. But he talked about two primary principles, and that they had to do with how one oriented one's life. One was passion, and the other was purpose. Passion is what gets you up in the morning. It's your curiosity. It's your desire. Passion gets you going every day. In the background is probably some big thing, like how's the outside world change the inside world, as Carol mentioned. But every day has its passion. But what sustains you is purpose, meaning. Meaning is a core piece of the way in which we approach the world. We integrate it, we make it ours, and we make it a part of a community in which we're involved. So I wish to all of you to have every day with passion and purpose, and I thank you for giving me passion and purpose. Thank you.
So just before we conclude today, first of all, I'd like to thank our speakers again. I'd like to thank the committee who put together today's event. A lot of time and effort went into it from a number of people who are the unseen here, and I really do appreciate all of those efforts. And then also finally, I want to thank the USU Color Guard for their participation today. So now, if you all would like to join us for a reception in the lobby, we give an opportunity to congratulate Dr. Ursano personally. And thanks for being here.